Hello and welcome to the Actual Tech Media Summit. My name is Jess and I am excited to be here with you all today. But before we jump into our content, I have some basic information to cover with you all. Now let's kick off our day here today by taking a quick tour of your audience console, and we're going to start with the questions window. If you haven't already said hi, there is a whole giant awesome community of people out there, so reach out and give a wave to the other members of the Actual Tech Media community. Also keep in mind, if you have any tech issues today, a browser refresh is probably going to fix just about anything, but if those tech gremlins are clinging on, no problem. Just throw a comment in the questions section and our crew will be there to help. We also want this to be an informative webinar for you, so throughout today's summit, we hope you'll get engaged and ask all your burning questions. Not only will we have team members responding to you over live chat, we also have a dedicated Q&A session at the end of our presentation. And if we do not get to your question during the webinar, don't worry, because the awesome experts that we have here with us today will be following up with you after we wrap. All right, next up, there are going to be lots of cool aha brain light up moments on the summit today. And if you want to share those with your community, we love that. We've made it nice and easy. You can use the Twitter button right there in your audience console, and the hashtag for today's summit will automatically be added to your post. And our last stop on this guided tour, be sure to check out the handouts tab for some resources and takeaways from our speakers here today. We have an info pack collection of solution briefs, white papers, data sheets, free trials, ebooks, upcoming webinars, and more. So many great resources, so be sure to go and explore. And if that wasn't enough fun, we also have some exciting prizes that we'll be giving away throughout the summit today. Now, I will tell you a little bit more about those later on. But a few quick reminders for you all. First, you do need to be in attendance during the live webinar in order to qualify to win, and we will follow up with all winners after we wrap the summit today. Now, all of our winners must submit an IRS Form W-9 to Actual Tech Media, and all winners must meet the Actual Tech Media prize terms and conditions. If you're not sure what those are, you can find the full T's and C's in that Handouts tab. Again, just click on the Handouts tab, scroll down to the bottom, and you'll find them there. Now, the absolute most important thing to remember is that we love getting all of your insightful questions during these live webinars. In fact, we love it so much, we have a special additional prize for all you inquisitive folks out there. In today's summit, we will be giving away a prize for the best question asked in each of our live sessions. The expert speakers and teams will be reviewing all the questions asked after the webinar, which means even if your question does not get read out in a live session, there is still a chance to win. And if you are a lucky winner here today and you'd like to donate the value of your prize, we have several wonderful organizations that we partner with. So let us know when we follow up about your big win, and we will get that rolling for you. Again, we are so happy to have all of you here live with us at the summit today, and we want to keep that good feeling going. So let's connect on social media. Reach out and connect with Actual Tech Media on Twitter, LinkedIn. We have lots of great content, and we always want to hear from you. And if you're looking for more awesome resources and content right after we wrap the summit today, make sure you subscribe to the Actual Tech Media channel on YouTube. Another fun way to win a prize and grow this awesome community is to refer an industry friend or coworker to the Actual Tech Media webinar series. Now, you'll find a link to do that right in that Handouts tab, and you will be automatically redirected at the end of the webinar as well. Both you and your coworker could win a prize, and we hold those drawings every month. So be sure to refer a friend, because it could quite literally be a win-win situation. Next, we have a cool opportunity for all the decision makers out there to get connected with new and emerging tech and innovative vendors. Here's how it works. All you need to do is click on the link back in that Handouts tab and fill out the application. The Actual Tech crew will then match you with some vendors that we think you should be chatting with based on your needs. There will also be fun opportunities that you can choose to join in, like surveys, test running new solutions, extended demos, and so on. You'll get some chances to win extra prizes, chat with great people, and learn about the hottest new trends in tech. So be sure to apply or send the link to a decision maker in your team. Now, I want to take a quick minute here to remind you all about one of my all-time favorite resources, and that is ransomware.org. You can find out everything you need to know about ransomware, how to prepare, prevent, and recover. This site is jam-packed with information, helpful tips, checklists, strategic approaches, case studies, everything you need all in one place. So wherever you are in your ransomware preparedness journey, there is something for you at ransomware.org. Go check it out and start exploring. Okay, I have one more exciting resource that I have to tell you all about today. That is the Gorilla Guide Book Club. This is going to give you access to free enterprise IT books authored by top industry experts, so you can stay up to date on trending enterprise technology. And yes, these books will work on your Kindle, your mobile device, and again, completely free. You can download these awesome resources at gorilla.guide, and there's a link for you in the handouts tab as well. Okay, well, we have covered a lot of important things already, and I don't know about you all, but I am excited and ready to dive in, so let's get going.
All right, I want to thank Jess for that intro, and hello to everybody, and welcome to this Actual Tech Media Virtual Summit. Today's topic is protecting your data, the intersection of data security, security awareness, and ransomware. I want to say a big thank you for joining us on the virtual summit today. We've got some of the most innovative leading companies in the industry. You'll be hearing from the experts at Cohesity, Axis Security, Rubrik, Rapid7, ID Agent, Cisco, KnowBe4, 1111 Systems, Rackspace, VMware, and Palo Alto Networks. I mean, what a lineup. This is going to be a great day. You're going to hear about the latest strategies for safeguarding against ransomware attacks and other cyber threats. And these sessions are going to highlight best practices for data backup and recovery, incident response planning, and employee education. And of course, we'll learn all about solutions or services for safeguarding sensitive information and protecting against costly data breaches. This is a big event, and it's going to be a long and awesome day, so get comfortable. Now, for those of you I haven't met yet, my name is Scott Becker. I'm with Actual Tech Media, and I'm one of the moderators here. Jess did the intro. Keith is also on hand in the chat for today. And as always, it's not just awesome content we're giving away today. We have fantastic prizes too. So let me walk you through our incredible lineup of prizes. So today we'll be giving away 2 pairs of Apple AirPod Max headphones, 3 Apple HomePods, 3 Bose portable speakers, and 3 Google Pixel tablets. And that's not to mention the $300 Amazon gift certificates that we'll be giving away every 30 minutes. Now, as a reminder, you must be in attendance during the live event to qualify for those prizes, and all the winners must meet the Actual Tech Media prize terms and conditions. If you're not sure what those are, you can find the full T's and C's in the Handouts tab. Just click into the Handouts section of your audience console and scroll down to the bottom. You'll find it there. And another important thing to remember here is how we love getting all of your insightful questions during these live events. They really power these events. They make them go. And in fact, we love it so much, we have a special additional prize for all you inquisitive folks out there. So in today's virtual summit, we'll be giving away $50 Amazon gift cards to the best question asked in each one of our live sessions. So there are going to be 10 sessions coming up, so that's 10 gift cards for $50 each. And the team will review all the questions asked after the event, which means even if your question doesn't get read out in a live session, there's still a chance to win. Okay, so we've covered a lot of really important things already, but you're all here for a discussion on protecting your data. And to start that off, I'm going to bring on Philip Russum, who's a consultant and analyst for data management and analytics. He's worked for Gartner, the Data Warehousing Institute, and Forrester, and we're going to talk data security.
Hey, Philip, thanks for joining us for a quick talk about data and security.
Yeah, it's good to see you, Scott.
Good to see you too. Well, let's get right into it. So, you know, hackers have been around for decades, and they have a variety of reasons for breaching information systems. You know, some just want to raise awareness about the lack of security many corporations and government agencies have. Others want to wreak havoc, but the trend seems to be towards stealing data or digital products.
Yeah, that's correct. And in fact, in the year 2022, we saw a lot of high-profile system breaches, and many of them did lead to a theft of data or documents. And in fact, I would say that one trend in security breaches is towards stealing information or stealing some kind of digital product from which data thieves hope to profit by reselling the stolen goods. For example, in 2022, Twitter faced multiple breaches. as somewhere around 5 million users' data was stolen. And then that data was sold for $30,000. And so this reminds us there is a market for stolen data, typically on the dark web, but sometimes on the open web too. Likewise, OXA and GitHub were hit in 2022, and both were breached by the criminal hacking group Lapsus. And my understanding is that some source code for software products was stolen in some of these cases. And we could go on and on. There's lots of big name companies, Microsoft, News Corp, the Red Cross, all kinds of organizations were hit in 2022. And so hacking and system breaches are still with us, but the trend is towards some kind of data theft. And this is why it's more important than ever to harden security for all IT systems, plus to protect valuable data.
Yeah, that's really good perspective. And we do a lot of events on ransomware as well, and you're seeing that as a trend there too, is that people pay the ransom and then they come back and the data has also been stolen and sold.
Mm-hmm.
So as users of smartphones and computers, we all find ourselves targets of phishing. And we users know how to spot obvious phishing and simply not fall for it. But is phishing a real threat to enterprise data?
Yeah, it is actually. See, we think of data breaches as commencing with things like unauthorized access, ransomware, or malware. But actually, roughly half of data breaches are initiated by a phishing attack. So apparently, a lot of users still don't know how to recognize phishing, nor do they recognize suspicious links that they should not click. And this is why it's important that IT organizations acquire software for anti-phishing. Such tools help to further secure commonly used platforms like Microsoft 365 and Microsoft Office before it, but also similar productivity tool environments like Google Docs, Google Sheets, and so on.
So judging by how many companies admit to a breach weeks or months after it happened, I'm guessing it's hard to even know when you were hacked, much less see it coming. What are companies doing to close that gap?
Yeah, there's definitely a gap. It does take a while for organizations to understand that they were breached. Sometimes you have to wait for some of the damage to actually show up. And so, as you can imagine, a lot of companies do want to close the gap. And actually, this is yet another trend in enterprise data security. So what are they doing about it? Well, organizations are using more software tools and techniques that automate security processes, especially processes for monitoring systems, analyzing behaviors, and predicting potential data breaches or thefts.
Okay. Yeah. So automation for data security via software tools sounds good, but how does that work? Can you give us an example?
Yeah. Okay, Scott. I've seen many organizations, they step up their monitoring and observability for vulnerable systems. This starts by simply collecting information about system accesses. With a lot of operational applications and databases, you can simply turn on logging facilities to start collecting information, or you can stream data access information out of the application through, an API and application programming interface and so on. So there are lots of ways to collect information from a wide variety of systems about who's accessing that system when, with what kind of patterns and so forth. So some of this data can be triaged in real time. For example, you might want to look for access to especially sensitive data in real time. But, most of the data concerning access of systems, it tends to go into storage quite often in a data warehouse or a data lake. And that's so that this access data and other security data can be analyzed many different ways.
Okay. Yeah. So what kind of analytics would you want to do with data about, system access and security issues?
Right. So if you're working with what's often called a security data lake or a security data warehouse, in other words, it's a warehouse or lake just full of security information. On a base level, what you want to do is start by analyzing information about data, about accesses to systems and breaches. And this information can lead to a better understanding in general of the kinds of volume, the seasonality patterns, and what types of users, what departments are they from. You can get a better understanding of all these things relative to system access and security issues. And so I see a lot of people also use the same data to calculate risk and threat levels. In fact, risk and threat metrics quite often show up in management dashboards from a security standpoint. Now, also, your data engineers and your data analysts, they can create analytic models that indicate inappropriate access, whether that's by outside parties or your own employees. And when a model says that a breach most likely happened, then you want to act on these probable breaches immediately to plug holes in your security. And again, all that's based on analytics.
Okay. Yeah. So those are useful examples, but they seem kind of after the fact. What about seeing a breach, as it's happening?
Right. That's another gap people want to close. And so detecting a breach as it happens, that can actually be done today with some of the monitoring tools that I've already described. And that is definitely a very valuable activity for controlling security and close to real time. But, Scott, what you really want is to be able to predict where breaches will probably come from and then plug those holes before a breach even begins. Now, again, data engineers and data analysts can create analytic models that can actually anticipate where future breaches may come from. And, these models, they're often based on a study of prior breaches, historical breaches. And so this assumes you've collected a lot of information about a lot of breaches. Nowadays, people are even using things like artificial intelligence and especially machine learning to create predictive models for all kinds of stuff, including the prediction of a future data breach and a possible data theft.
So a lot of overlaps there between the data world and the security world. Security is such a great use case for big data or large data sets and training and all that stuff. So.
Absolutely. And, we haven't mentioned data governance, but, most people understand that to govern data, they want to protect the quality of data, increase the quality of data. They also want to control access to it. And a lot of that access control is done for privacy and especially security reasons.
Yeah. Well, Philip, you've given us a lot to think about here as we get ready for our data and security event. Really appreciate your time, as always.
Yeah, good to talk to you, Scott.
All right, and before we get to our first session of the day, we do have a quick poll for you. That's what's your time frame for adding new or updating existing IT solutions at your company? We've got the responses rolling in there. Appreciate that. 0 to 6 months, 6 months to a year, 1 to 2 years, and not sure are the options there. Looks like we've got probably the biggest contingent in the not sure, and the second biggest contingent in that 6 to 12 month time frame. We'll just leave that up for a few more seconds, and then we are going to get into our first session of the day. All right, I'm going to give you a countdown of 5. So if you want to answer this question, it's going to be now is the time. 5, 4, 3. I see them roll it in. 2, 1. All right. Thanks everybody for responding to that poll. Appreciate it. So let's get rolling with our sessions. It's time for our first presentation in the Data Security Virtual Summit. This session comes from Cohesity, and presenting for Cohesity are Jonathan Mayer, who's a Field Technical Director at Cohesity, and Robert Shields, who's Director of Data Security, PMM. Robert and Jonathan, welcome.
Thank you.
Yeah, take it away.
Okay, thank you very much. Appreciate the introduction there. Glad to be here today. So we're going to be talking about, for the context of, or the theme of this series of presentations, protecting your data, the intersection of data security, security awareness, and ransomware. This all leads to cyber resilience, which is basically the intersection of two components. One is your cybersecurity, controls and processes that you have, and then your cyber recovery capabilities, what we're going to focus on today. But one of the key points of our presentation is to achieve this, it takes a coordinated village. So how do you do that? Now, we're going to walk through, some of the background to that. But, I'm going to tell you what we're going to tell you up front. We're going to talk about how leveraging the NIST cybersecurity framework and integrating and coordinating and creating a linear flow between your cybersecurity and cyber recovery is your key to cyber resilience, which will help you thwart ransomware and other cyber threats, as well as disasters, human errors, failures, everything else. So this is where we're going to focus on cyber resilience. It takes a coordinated village. So, we all know that there's a bunch of problems out there, challenges in the enterprise landscape, and the proliferation, the growth of data is very, very, real. Some estimates say that enterprise data is doubling every 3 to 4 years, and securing and managing that data is very, very complex, very challenging. Keeping up with just where it's at is a major challenge for most organizations. And you can see some of the issues here. You have these dispersed architectures, you have the growing and large data footprint, and you have applications going everywhere. You have data sprawl to support those applications. When you look at today's environments, you have on-premises, you have SaaS, you have, cloud solutions. So basically, you have a very, very complex environment to try to support and manage and prevent disruption of operations. So some of the things that, are needed, to achieve this, protect this large attack surface, is to make sure that the data is resilient. It can't be changed. And again, as I mentioned before, to protect that data, you need to have intelligence of where it's at. What type of data do we have? Where is it being stored? How is it being used? How is it being protected? Most of these issues lead to challenges and lead to slow recovery when you have a cyber incident like a ransomware attack. So when we look specifically, at the resilience realities of organizations today, most organizations really, they can't be out of service, for, days. They need to be up, and they need critical services. Think of, medical healthcare providers. You need to be able to provide patient care, immediately. You need access to patient records. You cannot be down for days. You need recovery within hours. And the other thing is malware it continues to progress in complexity and elusiveness. Zero-day threats, new techniques to, get into networks, through social engineering, they are challenging everybody. And then, of course, when things do happen, there's all sorts of applications of, reporting what sensitive data, what privacy data may have been affected. So all of these things put the, onus on organizations to recover as soon as possible. So, how do you achieve this balance between all your cybersecurity controls and your cyber recovery environment? So with that, what we're going to talk about now is leveraging NIST as the guiding principle to unite data security, which is your cybersecurity controls, and protection, your cyber recovery efforts within your organization. So data security and data protection. And with that, Jonathan, I'm going to cue you up for this. This cybersecurity framework, pretty well known out in the market, but we're looking at it as kind of a Rosetta Stone to help organizations achieve this elusive cyber resilience. What's your thoughts on this, and why this is a great framework to provide that type of coordination and unified effort?
Yeah, I mean, in a word, it gives you something tangible and digestible to start with. But before we get too far into the framework, I just wanted to kind of touch on a couple of points. I think you set up the conversation really well. But in those first few slides, just talking through some of the bigger challenges that organizations that I speak with on a regular basis have as they're coming up with resilience plans, especially around cyber attacks, because it's a very natural thought to say we've got a DR plan, we're very well versed in this, so let's just sort of adapt that to meet our cyber initiatives, and that's just it's a plan doomed for failure, unfortunately. And a big component of that is the fact that the fundamental thing you lose in a DR type event is access to your data. The fundamental thing you lose in a cyber event is trust. And that matters quite a bit because every step of the way you have to take extra measures to reestablish that trust. Do you actually understand what threat you're dealing with? Do you understand that the infrastructure you're using to bring systems back online is not compromised? And then when we look at the kind of the components of what we're bringing back, it's not just a system. You have an operating system, you have applications, and you have data within that system. And each of those things, we have to essentially reestablish trust with each component. So there's a lot going on. It's a very different way to think about it. The stakeholders that are involved, it spans the entire organization all the way up to the board. But that all of that being said, the NIST framework is really great because it does give you, like I said a second ago, it just gives you a really clean place to start looking at things and developing that strategy and kind of figure out at least where the big pieces are. And then from there, as you get more mature, it becomes a lot easier to start understanding how some of the other frameworks out there, the various MITRE frameworks, or if you're more internationally focused, ISO might be a big thing, or even SANS Pickerel as you start to get more operationally focused. But NIST is a really good starting point.
Right. Now, when you look at the NIST framework, we have that up. Their latest, the current version 1.1, of course, that hasn't changed. The identify, protect, detect, respond, recover. You can look at that and go, okay, I get it. There's a lot of great information out there on the NIST site, articles, by vendors on how they support the NIST cybersecurity framework. But of course, the context for that, Jonathan, is always from a cybersecurity, standpoint. And we're taking this from a cyber recovery standpoint. So I'm kind of wondering, if you look at this and just give the, quick drive-by on what are some of the key things from a cyber recovery standpoint that you want to ensure that you have in each one of these categories. For instance, identify what is it that we're doing, in a cyber recovery environment that's slightly different and, additive to what you would do with your cybersecurity controls.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the thing I always talk about is you can't protect what you can't see, and you can't recover what you're not protecting, right? So from that identification piece, it's very easy to get focused on systems and, what are my SaaS services and, what are my actual, virtual environments or physical environments, all that, inventory type stuff. But the piece that often gets overlooked are, things like APIs. What are your APIs that are in use in the environment? Who has access to them? And then that gets into the whole, who are your people? How often do you check, not just is that an active employee, but did their role change and did their permissions get appropriately adjusted based on what their current needs are, not what they used to have, right? So identify that's a huge part of it, is just making sure that you have some really good hygiene, because that from a recovery standpoint, it can go both ways. You can have people that don't have the right access to do the things they need to do, and you can have people that have too much access and that can actually cause problems for you. And then, so much of that really comes down to just running through and preparing, making sure that you've got the playbooks in place, the communication plans in place. You understand kind of your decision trees, and that you've communicated with all the shareholders ahead of time, so that you've kind of run through some scenarios to make sure that you're prepared for it. And then finally, when we talk about resilience, a lot of people really focus on the recover part, and they think, okay, well, back to the DR piece, if recovery is when I get access to my systems again. And in the cyber event, respond is really the heavy lifting there, because that's where, the use of clean rooms, because like we talked about, you've got operating systems, applications, and data. So you need to respond, figure out what you're dealing with, get those, get the relevant pieces into those clean rooms so that you can do the final checks, make sure that you've cleaned and eradicated whatever the threats are, and reestablish that trust, so that then those those core applications, the critical applications, can be brought back into service. And I always distinguish bringing them back into service versus bringing back into production, because it may be a while before your things look the way they did before the attack.
Exactly. That's interesting you bring up that if you look at using NIST as a guiding principle for cyber resilience, all components are not leveraged in the same way based on the actual incident. And you mentioned disaster recovery. Well, if you have protected and immutable data and you have a disaster, what happened. There isn't potential malware, on the machines. You're right. It's just a matter of restoring. But then when you get to a more complex environment where you might have malware, that whole clean room comes into effect. A little different than the typical response for cybersecurity, where basically they're looking for root cause and trying to eliminate a cause. Here, your focus is on data, not the access points and everything else. Do you want to touch on that just a little bit?
Yeah, absolutely. In my past life, I worked in network operations centers, and you're absolutely right. Root cause for a big red spot on the map may be a storm, or we even had a squirrel chew through a power line once and took a big site down. So you're absolutely right. Those root causes are pretty finite, and once you identify it, you work around it and everything comes back. Whereas in the cyber event world, things are much more dynamic, and it is often a game of cat and mouse. And so you that investigation piece at the beginning, just to that detection in the case of the NIST framework, that can happen in a lot of places, and that's where really this conversation around the village, or it takes a collaborative effort across the entire business, because oftentimes we're looking at endpoints, right? So network, whether it's the threats are communicating to command and control servers, or we're trying to pick up lateral movement between systems as attackers are expanding their access. But then you've got your operations team, right? So they're very much involved with doing some of the recoveries into those clean rooms and checking to show what additional data points and application sources and things are available. And then, of course, the security team, they're coordinating all this information and taking all the signals in and making more sense of them. So, a huge part of our focus is to really enable all of these teams and to provide more signals while removing complexity, right? And so that is the key to success, is just allowing all of these different teams and groups to communicate very, very effectively, and then really enabling that forensics capability, right? We've got some very significant environments where our customers are using platform capabilities to store forensics data in an immutable state, because they understand that as they work through this process, having access to that forensics information is really important, especially depending on your industry. You may need to be able to present that stuff, those data points, in court, which means that you have to maintain a chain of custody, and there's a lot more procedural requirement behind that. And so it's not just about triggering a recovery. It's not, unfortunately, it's just not that simple. But
right.
it's, that's where the
Now,
whole concept of platforms and APIs come into play.
So let me bring this home, Jonathan. We've got a couple questions that I want to get to. So, we've been talking about, identify, protect, detect, respond, and recover, right? And, so if you're a backup and recovery, specialist, a backup admin, what are we talking about? How does this actually translate, to a platform like Cohesity? And so, in its simplest form, what we're talking about is, identify. What are the assets that you're trying to protect, and what are the potential risks with those? How often do you need to back those things up? Protect, making sure that the platform and the data can't be modified or tampered with. There's a number of features that around that. We can talk about zero trust principles, immutability, quorum, other things, but that's a really important, component of making sure that when you need that data is available for restore. Without good data, there is no cyber recovery, there is no cyber resilience, period. And data is the foundation for all this. Now, detect, it gets into some other things, Jonathan. I don't know if we have time to go into that, but looking at, we have a command spot in most organizations being able to look at all the data on a routine basis. So we're ingesting all that critical data, and we can monitor that data, see if there's changes going on that might indicate there's some malfeasance going on, or, look at that data and say, is there malware out there? Are there indicators of compromise? And then, of course, the other part is respond, that ability to help the organization set up that clean room, decontaminate that data in a cyber incident. Then lastly, recover. Whatever situation you're in, you want a platform that's, hyper-converged, hyper-scaled, that, can provide that scalability needed to recover as quickly as possible to any environment. That goes from putting the data into the clean room, or to just recovering, your VMs. And, there's other things too, Jonathan, a platform that, while this is going on, you can actually have users access the platform directly to give them temporary access to critical customer data, things like that. So, Jonathan, with that, I'm going to hit a couple of questions for you. You get the questions as our SME. So first, we're an Azure shop and utilize Azure backup. What advantages does Cohesity offer over Azure? And I think that might get into, there's a lot more to most enterprises than just Azure, but I'll let you take that answer.
Yeah, I mean, fundamentally, that kind of goes back to what I was talking about with our native language is APIs. And so whether you're Azure, whether you're AWS, whether you're on-prem, it really doesn't matter. We have worked hard to, and always kept at the forefront of our focus to be as broad a coverage as possible. And oftentimes, especially when we talk about resilience, being able to facilitate recoveries not just in different regions or different tenants, but even in different clouds altogether or different environments altogether is a key part of it, to have that dynamic capability. We've had customers that were completely on-prem, got attacked, and then we helped them completely restore critical functions in AWS or Azure, or vice versa. So I would say that if you're 100% Azure, no problems. We have a strong partnership with Microsoft, and we also again focus on APIs, and there's a lot of flexibility with how things can be done, because we understand that every environment's a little bit different, and you need that flexibility to be successful. So give us a call, and we're happy to walk through the details and see what we can do to help you.
Yeah, we have a number of questions. Let me ask the moderator, Scott, do we have time for one or two more questions? Where are we at on time? If we don't have time.
Yeah, absolutely. You've got another 3 or 4 minutes, so take them away.
Oh.
And while you're asking the questions,
right.
I'm going to go ahead and throw I'm going to throw the poll up on the screen so people can talk about what
Perfect.
let you know what resources they'd want. Go ahead.
All right, Jonathan, you're back on the hot seat again. All right, I love it. Okay, so question, what differentiates Cohesity's platform from other solutions in the market, and how does it address the evolving challenges of data protection and management? Jonathan, there you go. I think you've got that one.
Man, so I mean, really, the thing that really sets us apart is our workload coverage. Yeah, I've been doing this a long time, both on the customer and the vendor side, and our ability to pull data in from various sources is, I haven't seen anything like it. And it brings it all into one centralized place, which means that you have ultimate visibility to that data. That's why I'm really excited about some of our advancements with AI and ML, which we're definitely leading the marketplace in. And to me, I know AI is a super buzzword, and a lot of people are kind of, it definitely hits it's a bit overused, but fundamentally it's about getting to meaningful insight quicker. And, when you're able to aggregate more data than anyone else, that allows you to provide more meaningful insights off that, because you just have more signals and more data points.
I totally agree with that, Jonathan. And as a, Cohesity product marketing, I certainly watch, our customer activity and, the new customers coming in. And we see why they're selecting it, and that certainly is one of it. The other two is, that they look at our overall security capabilities, how we have implemented, zero trust principles, our immutability. We've added a number of advanced, security features, I like to say, beyond zero trust that, provide, that security and that assurance to organizations that they're reducing the risk the best they can, in the fact that they will have a reliable piece of data that hasn't been tampered with to recover, in the case that a recovery is needed. So agree with your coverage comment. And then the other one that I'm seeing a lot is, our advanced security features. Let's see.
Yeah,
do we have time, Scott, Scott, do we have time for one more question? Or
yeah, go ahead.
Time?
Yeah, no, one more question would be great.
Yeah. Okay, one more. Okay, so Jonathan, any specific prerequisites or considerations before implementing Cohesity, and then typical deployment times to get the solution up and running?
I mean, honestly, nothing outside of what you would normally expect. We do one of our kind of secret powers is, again, back to the API stuff. If we connect into a virtual environment or cloud environment, we're going to see everything that is out there. So we may help you actually find more than you realized. But yeah, we've got a robust professional services organization to help kind of walk you through all the relevant pieces. But what we have found is that, everything you have come to learn about deploying large-scale enterprise solutions like this kind of goes out the window. We are able to get environments up and running very, very rapidly. I've seen setups where we protect, tens of thousands of systems and do a full transition out of an old technology just in a matter of, days or weeks. Just because of how simple everything is. It's all one platform, and it's all software driven. So it definitely, your time to value goes way, way, way. It's very short. So you start seeing real benefit immediately.
Perfect.
Okay.
So, Jonathan, thank you so much, and Scott, thank you for the opportunity to present today.
Yeah, really appreciate you guys coming on, and great discussion. Really been resonating out there with the audience. You got kudos from Jody, and James says he agrees that the clean room from ransomware is key. They went through a ransomware attack in 2020, and they missed the identification in their recovery process. So, you're really hitting on what people are seeing out there. Just a quick reminder that, in addition to the resources here that people have asked for here in the poll, there's also in your handout section a best practices paper from Cohesity about best practices in cybersecurity and cyber resilience. It's a good read. I highly recommend downloading that. Well, I'm going to go ahead and close this poll. Appreciate everybody who let us know what resources they'd like from Cohesity. You'll be seeing that poll throughout the day after each presentation. And we've come to our first prize drawing of the event. There are going to be many more of these as well. The winner of our first $300 Amazon gift card is Bill Huff from Texas. So congratulations to Bill Huff. We'll be in touch about claiming your prize. And now it's time for our next presentation in our virtual summit. This session comes from Axis Security. Presenting for Axis is John Spiegel, who's Director of Strategy and Field CTO, and Jay Tilson, who's also Director of Strategy and Field CTO. So John and Jay, welcome. Thanks for being here, and I'm going to turn it over to you.
How to find harmony in networking and security, as well as defend yourself against ransomware. According to a recent study by BitSight, the top attack vectors for ransomware were malware and phishing emails. If successful, the bad cyber actor gains a beachhead into your organization. But to exploit it, they need to move laterally to recon and get off the beach before they're discovered. This is where solutions like Axis SSE come into play. Hello, I'm John Spiegel. I'm joined by my colleague, Jay Tilson. Together, Jay and I have over 50 years of experience running infrastructure teams and security teams as well. So we've sat in your chair. We've been the persons making the hard decisions at 2 a.m. in the morning. We understand your situation. Recently, Jay and I left the enterprise space and moved to a company called Axis Security. The reason? We both believe that networking and security are mired in complexity. Stitching together solutions that worked in the 2010s won't work in the 2020s. They only create more challenges, as when deployed, they are like a game of mousetrap. We believe there is a better way.
I think we can all agree that in the last few years, the technology world has evolved faster than we've ever seen before, especially with the pandemic being a major catalyst for what is now called the modern workplace. Users, devices, and data are everywhere, but the legacy security systems that many of us rely on today were not designed for this cloud and mobile world. The bad guys know this, and they're using it to their advantage. As a result, cyber attacks are increasing at an alarming rate. Ransomware was named the top threat type in 2021, with the number of attacks increasing over 140% in the second half of that year alone. And ransomware damages are expected to exceed $30 billion worldwide in this coming year. This means that in this new world of the digital citizen, securing our hybrid workforce is critical for every IT and security team to prioritize. So let's look at some more statistics. So as I just mentioned, ransomware was named the top threat type in 2021, but there are other concerns for our IT and security teams. Social engineering threats increased by a whopping 270% in 2021, and there has been a 1,500% increase in attacks against VPNs. We all know that the IPsec protocol, which we rely on for these VPNs, has over 400,000 lines of code, and it has been around since the early 90s. And this has led to there being a new bug being discovered every week. What this means is our hybrid workforce are a huge target for cyber attacks. The remote worker, both the employee and their doppelganger, the off-the-clock persona, are now in the bullseye for the bad actors. Your digital work and your life personas are now on the front line. This has led to a regained popularity in zero trust. And zero trust is this concept of never trust and always verify, and was first introduced by John Kindervag back in 2010. However, the move to the cloud, the rise of the hybrid worker, and the increase in regulatory requirements have all contributed to making zero trust a core element of every CISO and CIO strategy today.
But before we look at the evolution of security versus ransomware, let's level set on what the bad actors are after. It's a battle for this: data. I think Clive Humbley, the British mathematician, said it best back in 2006. Data is the new oil. These zeros and ones stored in virtually every corner of the globe now power industries and hold tremendous value in terms of decisions they make. Where do I invest? What are my customers doing? And critically, what does the future hold? Data can also be used against companies. What if somebody had access to the financial results of a publicly traded company days before an earnings announcement? Or what if somebody gains access to a critical database or file share? Or what if there's been something that's being kept secret? Does this have value? How much would you pay to not impact the stock price? Or have your secret sauce available on the public internet? Well, the table stakes for protecting yourself are well known. One area which has been a challenge in the past is leveraging your network and security systems to provide defense. Why? Complexity, lack of integration. It's as if the network team speaks one language and the security team speaks another. What has this led to? 3 approaches for securing your network.
So let's look at 3 approaches in which we can secure our workforce of today. The old way of doing things was the hub and spoke design. This is a progression from the old castle and moat design where everyone was inside the perimeter, but it still focuses on having on-prem security even though some of the users and their data had started to move to the cloud. There is still a heavy reliance on MPLS and internal data centers. This model is complex to configure and to administrate. You need to feed and water your applications to ensure they remain secure, and you also have to go through hardware renewal cycles. Patching all of your systems is critical in this scenario to protect against attack. Next, you have cloud firewalls. This is an evolution of the hub and spoke design, moving some of those legacy-based security systems that used to run on hardware to cloud-based solutions. The aim here is to remove some of the burden of keeping systems secure. However, in a lot of cases, this still means backhauling internet traffic to your corporate networking data center. This design is supposed to make things simpler to manage, but in my experience, it could actually use to further complexity and cost. Then there is SSE. SSE and SD-WAN combine to make SASE, and in my mind, these are the designs of the future, and what people should start to move towards now. Security Services Edge. This is dealing with all of your connectivity and security tools from the cloud. Gone are the days of patching your systems, and these new architectures will stand side by side with you in the battle against the bad guys.
Jay mentioned SSE. SSE is part of a larger framework called SASE. Introduced in 2019, SASE addresses the traditional dilemma presented to every network and security engineer when deploying a new application. Do I favor speed or do I favor security? In the past, you could only choose one, and we all know which one the CIO favors. It's speed, because speed equals employee performance. But with SASE, you can have both. You can solve the dilemma. How? By creating a network and security fabric which extends to the closest to the employee or third party via points of presence or POPs. These applications can be secured and delivered with both high performance and security. SASE is delivered in 2 technology stacks, the WAN Edge and SSE. How is this framework being adopted? Well, Access commissioned a report with our partners at Cybersecurity Insiders. So let's dive into the results.
Recently, Access, in partnership with Cybersecurity Insiders, conducted the first ever research on SSE adoption. The report has some very good insights and is well worth a read, but for this presentation I just want to pull out some of my key takeaways. Firstly, the report shows that WAN Edge and SSE are both on the rise. I guess this is to be expected due to the growth of the hybrid workforce. Secondly, SSE is seen as a strategic initiative to enable and secure the workforce, with 39% of respondents viewing it as the most important part of their zero trust strategy, even over things like identity providers and endpoint security. Lastly, and I think more importantly, as companies look to implement SASE, 67% of businesses plan to start their implementation with SSE versus WAN Edge. This shows that the security teams are gaining traction against the networking teams, and that the CISO is becoming more powerful. I think it's also worth noting that the report showed that the adoption of SSE is going to skyrocket during 2023 and beyond. 65% of respondents stated that they plan to adopt SSE in the next 24 months, with 27% wanting to adopt SSE as quickly within the next 6 months and another 16% in the 6 to 12 months. When you read the report, you can see that this adoption is based on a number of key factors. The first one is that there is a real push for consolidation of security tools, and companies will look to purchase an SSE platform to help remove as many of these tools as possible. The second key factor is visibility. As I mentioned before, users, data, and applications are now everywhere, and those tools of the past that gave us visibility no longer work. People need tools to give them visibility via attacks, as you cannot protect against what you cannot see. And then there is zero trust, as I mentioned before. The US government has dictated thou must do zero trust, and the report highlights that people see SSE as a strategic move towards zero trust, with many companies starting this journey with ZTNA.
But before we dive into the Axis SSE platform, I do have an exciting announcement to let you know. Axis Security was acquired by HPE Aruba in March of this year. The deal brings together the best-in-class WAN Edge platform with the most innovative SSE platform on the market. The result will be a unified approach to SASE. While this announcement is still new, we will focus on the security side in this webinar. The network side, probably sometime in the future. So now let's dive deep into Axis SSE Atmos platform.
Axis Atmos is a platform designed to bring networking security together from day one. It is about harmonizing what in the past was a symphony that played as individuals versus as a team. In the past, the enterprise would select one vendor for networking, one for security, one for DLP, one for the WAN, and then one for cloud security controls. And as we all know, this leads to operational complexity, high cost, and ultimately poor security design. Axis, on the other hand, starts with a clean slate. It begins with this concept called adaptive trust. Instead of placing the employees, the third parties, or their contractors and their devices directly on the network, Atmos starts with a series of checks to verify the identity of the user and their device. Axis then balances this with the request for applications and data. The employee is not granted access if the calculation does not add up. So building on the concept of adaptive trust, Atmos provides global reach, and its platform brings together what were previously individual point solutions into a single integrated SSE platform, all delivered via the public cloud. This enables secure access for remote employees, office workers, and third parties and contractors. At Axis, we have this notion of work in harmony. The Atmos SSE platform includes the core functions of ZTNA, CASB, SWG, and DEM, Digital Experience Monitoring. At its heart is this concept of zero trust, never trust, always verify. And for us, this is key in the battle with the bad guys. Access can be granted to internet, SaaS applications, the public cloud, or applications hosted in your data centers. and the platform auto-mediates access at scale. There are no pass-through connections and users are not put on the network. So unlike legacy VPNs, they do not get an IP address on your network and they cannot go wherever they want, whenever they want. And this significantly reduces your attack surface. The system automatically verifies against your access policy based on users, devices, and application contexts and prevents any unauthorized access. This is key for zero trust. This is the never trust and always verify. We have a single data lake for all of our services, allowing full visibility across the whole platform. And this all adds up to increased protection against cyber attacks while significantly reducing your costs, complexity, and most importantly, offering a great user experience.
So how does Axis help you win the battle against ransomware? There's really 3 ways we can help you achieve this. First, by minimizing your exposure. Atmos is a cloud-delivered SSE platform, meaning there's no physical appliances to target, attack, or exploit. In fact, Axis works very differently than your traditional network-centric security appliances like a VPN concentrator. VPN requires you to punch holes through your firewall and expose inbound ports. Atmos works only with outbound connections. The result is that network IPs are never exposed. Outbound-only connections with SSE stop compromised users and devices from ever coming in contact directly with your network. It also makes your applications and network devices invisible to all unauthorized users, which significantly reduces your attack surface. Secondly, Atmos reduces lateral movement, which also makes dwell time get much harder. Reducing the movement and exposing are keys to success in the battle against ransomware. As the basis of Axis is zero trust, the user only sees applications which are required to achieve their work objectives. Nothing more, nothing less. This is critical as legacy VPN approaches open up the entire network. And worse, and in many cases, VPN connections are not fully monitored. With Axis, they are. We use a concept that Jay mentioned called adaptive trust. Verify the request, verify the posture, verify the location, and then continuously verify the transaction. If the state changes in a negative way, sever the connection in the moment. The last item is DLP. Now we've talked a little bit about that. What this does is it restricts access and denies downloads, uploads, access to certain files and traffic, all with a single DLP policy. This creates a holistic approach to data loss prevention. The objective is get inside the kill chain and stop ransomware. That is what Axis SSE does incredibly well. And at Axis Security, now an HPE company, customers are the key. Their challenges are similar to yours. For instance, take the city of San Jose. Their challenge was the hybrid workforce. Like many in the post-pandemic world, they embraced remote work, but also knew they needed to maintain a strong culture. The city adopted a 3-day remote and 2-day in the office approach. This blend allowed them to provide the best of both worlds. But if you don't have an application delivery system to support it, we all know that work productivity declines. After conducting an extensive search, the city of San Jose selected Axis Atmos as their platform. Why? Simplicity as well as the ability to support challenging zero-trust network protocols like voice over IP, ICMP, and server-initiated protocols to allow remote patching of systems to maintain a strong security posture. For them, the days of VPN are gone. Or it could be like Procter & Gamble. Their challenge was third-party access. Being one of the largest multinationals out there, their base of contractors is high. Their need is how to secure them while maintaining their intellectual property. In the past, This meant sending thousands and thousands of laptops out. The turn time to onboard a contractor was high, along with the cost. By moving to Axis, Procter & Gamble was able to leverage our agentless approach. This meant that their contractors could now take a BYOD solution. The result, $10 million saved, and the time to value went from 24 days to 24 hours. Return on investment, sub 1 month. That is the power of the Axis SSE platform. And lastly, VisionWorks, a national optical chain. I'm sure you've all been in one of their stores. Their challenge was legacy hardware. Like many companies, they were sending all their network traffic back to the data center for security treatments. This hairpinning of traffic slowed down their business, as well as was expensive from a hardware perspective. By moving to Axis, they could reduce their hardware investment, optimize their network flows, as well as secure their clinics. Return on investment was quick, and it was realized as fast as the deployment took less than a week. That's 700 stores in a matter of days. Traffic optimized with a zero trust security posture, along with visibility provided by Axis digital experience monitoring tools. These were wins all around.
So to conclude, when you consider the options for protecting your users, their devices, your applications and data, please do not leave out networking insecurity. There are now better solutions available that overcome the complexities of the past. Solutions that are based on adaptive trust, that offer lower operational complexity, as well as greater visibility, and most critically are provided at a lower price point versus legacy approaches that we saw in the decades of the 2000s. Reach out to Axis or the greater HPE Aruba networking team to learn more. The best place to start is to replace your VPN. Use this QR code or go to our website at www.axissecurity.com. And thank you for your time today.
Okay, and we do have a poll question for you. We appreciate your feedback on additional resources that you'd like to see from Axis Security. John and Jay, great presentation today, and thank you so much for educating us on Axis. Looks like we had a lot of questions here that we can't get to right here, but John and Jay will do their best to respond to all these questions along with the rest of the Axis team. I'd also like to remind you all about the handouts. We've got a PDF link from Axis. It's a great 3-page at-a-glance PDF about Atmos. It's a really nice high-level overview, so be sure to check that out if you'd like some more detail. And thanks to everybody who's responded to the poll. We do appreciate your feedback, and I'll just leave that up here for a little bit longer, and then we'll move on to our next presentation. And I do want to go ahead and announce our next prize drawing. The winner of the next $300 Amazon gift card is J.R. Anthony from North Carolina. Okay, let's close down this poll. Thanks again to everybody who's responded to that. And we're going to move ahead to our first grand prize of the event. We've got 3 sets of Bose portable speakers to give away. So our first winner is Joe Parlett from South Dakota. Our second speaker winner is Kenneth Wesley from California. And our final Bose speaker winner is Rommel Regalado from California. So congratulations to J.R. Anthony on the gift card, and Joe Parlett, Kenneth Wesley, and Rommel Regalado on the portable speakers. We will be in touch about claiming your prizes. Okay, now it's time for our next presentation in the virtual summit on protecting your data. This session comes from Rubrik, and presenting for Rubrik is Matthew Castriata. Matthew is NAS Cloud and Microsoft 365 Tech GTM. Matthew, welcome.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Yeah, take it away.
All right. So, I appreciate the time, everyone. Just a quick introduction on myself. I am Matt Castriata. I am our tech go-to-market lead for three business units here at Rubrik: our cloud, our SaaS business unit, which today is encompasses Microsoft 365 protection, but obviously we will be taking on additional SaaS platforms as well. And then our unstructured data protection business, which obviously we refer to as our NAS business locally. Those are that's my remit this year. Prior to this, I've been at Rubrik for about 5 years. I was our go-to-market lead for security for the last few years. So I have a long history here at Rubrik, and excited to share with you, our point of view around ransomware and data protection in general, and how we can help you recover from a cyber incident if one were to befall your organization. So that's what I'm going to speak to today. Feel free to shoot any questions in the chat as we go along. I'll try to keep an eye on that as well. Happy to answer these live if we get to that point. So let's start advancing these slides. And I think at the end of the day, our mission statement is that backup does not equal cyber recovery. I think that's an important distinction, right? When you're talking about recovery or any sort of recovery from a cyber incident, it usually encompasses a lot of things. It's not just recovering a system from a point in time back locally. You may need to do recovery to a forensic environment. You may need to understand what was the blast radius of the attack, which systems were impacted. You're going to want to understand, was there any sensitive data caught up in the attack? Was there any, is there any encryption, not only any encryption markers, but was there any PII or PHI that might have gotten caught up in the attack? And then have the ability to understand what was my last known good? What backup is free of malware that I know I can recover back to my system safely? So these are all things that encompass cyber recovery. And it's really important that you have the point of view of backup and recovery does not equal cyber recovery. Those are two different things. And I'm going to, in these next 20 minutes or so, explain to you how Rubrik can help on the cyber recovery side. All right, so let me advance. I'll advance right through this. At the end of the day, businesses are under attack. We live in this world of assumed breach, in that the threat adversaries are eventually going to find their way through the perimeter and through any other, layered security or defense in depth strategy that you might have in your organization. All it takes is compromised credentials from one person to get into the system and start mucking around with the data. And we know when they're starting to muck around with the data that they're typically going after not only the data itself, but they're going after the backup. And this is the reason why resiliency is so critical. But it's also the reason why most data protection vendors are stuck talking about resiliency, because they didn't think through a resilient platform prior to this new age that we live in of ransomware. Resiliency is a bolt-on for them. It's typically a configuration that needs to be turned on, either creating an air-gapped copy or turning on a DoD mode or something like that. It is normally a configuration or a bolt-on. Rubrik has thought through that since day one. We have a resilient platform that was built from the ground up, and I'm going to get into that here in a bit. So know that the threat adversaries are not only trying to go after your data itself, but they are actively trying to infiltrate the backup, because they know if they can affect the backup, that they have a better chance of getting a ransom paid. And the question is, and that we like to ask our customers, and this is a presumptuous question, but I think one that's important to ask is your data an easy target? Are there open network protocols? Is any of your critical data accessible via SMB or NFS, particularly your backup data? Is anything running on Windows or connected to, or I should say, older versions of Windows, right? We shouldn't give Microsoft Windows a bad name as an operating system. It's an enterprise grade operating system that is in many enterprises today, but is it being kept up to date? Is it the latest version? As we know, a lot of zero-day attacks or attacks that find their way through vulnerabilities happen to find their way through the Windows OS. And do you have things turned on like multi-factor authentication, time-based one-time password? Have you deployed and enforced those across your enterprise to prevent the a phishing attack or an insider attack where credentials have become compromised? And because credentials get compromised, those people could have carte blanche to your data, acting as a person that is validly authenticated in the environment. Do you have those capabilities and those controls turned on to enforce that from, or prevent that from happening? And we know that a typical backup infrastructure usually involves a proxy, a backup server. It might have a backup target that's connected over the network. These are all vulnerable points, right? Anything that is attached to the network or accessible via NFS or SMB is vulnerable. And ultimately, having the ability to lock those down is really important. And Rubrik really has a different point of view to this altogether. And at the end of the day, we also know that the data is not just in the data center, that the data is now spanning across cloud environments, right? Azure, AWS, Google Cloud, SaaS platforms like Microsoft 365. The core of the data is really being moved across. And the estate no longer is the data center, right? The estate is multiple places within an organization. And we've again taken a different approach to this data sprawl problem, or I should say data accessibility problem, and started to ask different questions when a cyber event were to occur. And some of those questions are, what exactly do I recover? Where is the impact? What was impacted? What sensitive data might be in scope as a part of that cyber incident? And how do I ensure that if I do recover, that I'm recovering a safe copy that is free of malware, that is going to give me assurances that I'm not going to reinfect myself? These are new questions that have propped up as a result of a cyber recovery event, and ones that organizations need to consider, considering that the data doesn't just live in the data center anymore, that it lives in cloud providers as well as in SaaS platforms. And this has become obviously a C-suite priority, right? And the board is not going to necessarily ask those kinds of questions that we had up there before. They're going to ask questions like, are we good? Can we recover? Can you prove it? How long is it going to take? And those are all things that you as stewards within your organization need to have at your fingertips. And again, Rubrik really has centered its approach around three different pillars. The first pillar is around resiliency, and I'm going to talk about some of the components of resiliency here in a bit. But it is really important to note that Rubrik built their platform resilient since day one. Since 2014, when we started going to market, we had things like air gap already built in. We had things like immutability already built in. We had this idea of freezing retentions or locking retentions on backup policies so that retentions don't get compromised. These are all things that were thought through since version 1 of Rubrik. So resiliency is a bucket that we feel like we have a really great hold on, and not one where necessarily other data protection vendors are kind of still stuck talking about resiliency, because it wasn't thought through since day one. So it becomes a bolt-on. It becomes a configuration or an add-on. The second pillar is around observability. This is what's happening to your data. Having insights on what's happening to the data so that you can understand what data was impacted by the attack, what sensitive data might have been caught up in that attack, and also having an understanding through the history of the backups, when did the threat adversaries land in the environment? When did they stage their malware? so that when I do go and recover that data, I'm not recovering the malware back and redetonating the encryption event that caused my problem in the first place. So that's really what observability is all centered around. And then the last piece is remediation. A backup tool or an observability tool isn't going to do you any good if you can't recover that data back, and do it quickly and efficiently. Do it based on recovering whole applications and not just individual virtual machines, for example, in isolation. Recovering applications and the processes around that application. Recovering to an IRE or an isolated recovery environment. Having the ability to do forensics against a recovered copy of that data and to bootstrap that recovered copy ephemerally, so it doesn't need to live around, it doesn't need to be around forever, right? It doesn't need to use necessarily a bunch of disk space in your environment. Those are all areas around remediation that again, that we're focused on here. So the whole company is really centered around these three pillars of resiliency, observability, and remediation. So let's talk a little bit about how Rubrik works. You know, you've got your workloads at the bottom here, right? They could be deriving from cloud, and that could be cloud VMs, RDS instances, database instances that you might have in the cloud. Workloads that you might have in the data center. These could be legacy workloads or VM-based workloads, and also SaaS workloads, and providing that same level of immutability and air gapping across those environments is really what we focused on. On the data center, it might be a physical appliance that's racked and stacked in your data center. On the cloud side, it could be a managed storage tenant that's managed by Rubrik, that's air gapped from your own tenant and your own credentials, so that you're not possibly impacting yourself as a result of credentials being compromised. Same with SaaS. Having that data be in a secure tenant that's managed by Rubrik and not managed by yourself is really, the ability to have that fail-safe, that resiliency that's going to guarantee that you can get that data back if you are ever impacted by an event. We layer on top of that the metadata. We index everything that comes in so that we understand the diffs, we understand the data and how frequently it changes. We understand the view of that data and where it lives and where it's lived over time. And that's a real big benefit of when you do forensic work against the backup, you have the benefit of the time series. That's something that goes oft unlooked. If you're doing forensics against a copy of a system, you're just looking at that point in time. You're not looking across a time series. And what investigators really want to look at is a timeline. When did this start occurring? When did we start seeing these IOCs? All the way up to detonation. When did the detonation occur and the impact to that organization occur? So being able to view that data across a time series is really critical and one of the benefits of doing this against the backup. Of course, we're providing a modern data protection platform that means that resiliency is built in, that we're connecting to our sources efficiently. We don't have agents running anywhere or everywhere, I should say. We don't have proxy servers and backup servers that are hanging off the network or backup environments that are hanging off the network. That doesn't exist. This is a modern data protection platform. We layer on top of that the ability to detect if data has been encrypted, right? Because we understand the data and how it changes over time, what markers did we see in those backups that indicate to us that there might be a malicious encryption event that's occurred? Is it anomalous behavior? Is it encrypted files that don't typically, meet the marker of encryption? Having the ability to do that will give you the answer of what systems were impacted. So when you're going and responding to a cyber event, which we should all be preparing ourselves to do in this day and age, because we have to live in this world of assumed breach. When you're preparing yourself for a cyber event, you have that information at your fingertips. Here's the systems that I think are impacted, and here's what was impacted on those systems. Another really important piece, what sensitive data was caught up in that attack? What is my exfiltration risk? I have, if I'm a critical infrastructure organization like healthcare or financial services, I have reporting requirements. I have to report a data breach within a certain amount of time. And in the EU with GDPR, there are laws that say within 72 hours, a report of a data breach needs to occur. Those same laws are on the books in states, many states in the US. So understanding what sensitive data was caught up on all of those systems that were impacted. It could be 1,000 VMs. Are you scanning for sensitive data across all 1,000 VMs? Probably not. You're probably just looking for sensitive data where you expect it to be and not where it may have gone to. And that's a really important distinction. And again, the benefit of doing this against the backup means that we can be broader about what we scan. We can scan across all the data because it lives in our bucket, and it's easy for us to just spin up the compute to go and activate that, that data classification against that backup data. The ability to hunt for threats and quarantine data, the ability to go back in time to see when did the threat adversary gain a foothold in the system, when did they land their malware. Typically, that recon activity that a threat adversary would go through could be days, could be weeks. So understanding when did that malware land in the system and the ability to quarantine those snapshots so that I don't reinfect myself, I don't recover those snapshots somewhere else, is really critical on the remediation side when you're starting to talk about, okay, I'm ready to recover. Now what do I need to recover? Do I just rehydrate data that got deleted, that the threat adversaries maliciously deleted from my system? Or do I recover whole backups? And if I recover whole backups, what am I doing on the threat side? How am I identifying that backup is free of malware? Looking across the environment for risk, not only sensitive data risk by looking at open access, is there any sensitive data with open access, but looking at the posture of the backup environment itself. Am I using things like TOTP if I'm using local authentication? Do I have retention lock turned on all my backup policies to make sure that nobody can shorten retention if somebody were to gain an administrative foothold into the system? Do I have a time server, a secure time server? And if a time server jumps in time, do I have the ability to ignore that input so that I don't start expiring backups prematurely? This is an attack vector that the threat adversaries are using, is messing around with NTP. These are all things that need to be looked at. How frequently am I protecting that data? Do I have that data in another location? Am I meeting the 3-2-1 backup standards, meaning that I have 3 copies of my backup data on 2 different medium and at least 1 different location? Am I meeting that? So looking across the environment at risk as it relates to your backup posture is another thing that Rubrik is helping our customers with. And then the last thing is testing recovery, having the ability to look at recovery across look at recovery as a cyber recovery event and not as a fat finger or a mass recovery event. Having the ability to recover ephemerally, meaning I don't want to recover that system back to a point in time and potentially infect my production network. I maybe want to recover that to a quarantine network, and if I don't have a quarantine network, I want to recover that ephemerally to the backup environment so that I can do forensic work against that system. There might be other forensic work that needs to happen. So you'll want to go and look at that information to make sure that that you can do that, and also the backup is going to be the source of truth for copies of that system over time. And this is all managed through the Rubrik Security Cloud. It's a single control plane. It's the manager of managers. It's where you manage not only Rubrik that might be living on-prem as an appliance in the data center, but where you're managing cloud-native protection, where we orchestrate the protection of cloud-native resources, where you're managing our SaaS protection, and also where you're activating and interacting with these security operators. You're doing that all through the Rubrik Security Cloud. Again, single pane of glass, and really gives you that holistic visibility across the environment and what's happening to the data. So some of the benefits, I already covered a lot of these, but I'll reiterate a few of them here. The ability to get the guaranteed ability to recover data, I think, is really important. Resiliency since day one. That's the message there. We're not talking about resiliency at our customers. We already have it, and we've had it since day one. So we're not talking about what switches we need to turn on to make the backup more resilient. A single system to protect everything. The manager of managers. One control plane to rule them all, right? Testable resiliency, the ability to recover back ephemerally to reduce your risk. I want to be able to periodically test my resiliency to make sure that I can recover that data back if I need to. Having that practical visibility to drive better decision-making upon recovery. In a recovery event, how do I know what to recover? What systems should I prioritize the recovery of? And do I need to activate legal and compliance because there could be a potential data breach? These are all things that need to be considered during a cyber event. And then the ability to repurpose some of that budget, right? We know that budgets are tight, IT budgets are tight particularly, but where the budgets are not necessarily tight is on the security side. And we feel like we can, that through the use of these security operators, there's a lot of benefit that your security and your SOC and your SecOps teams can gain from having that visibility in the backup itself. Rubrik's got over 5,000 customers. I think at this point, this pretty dated slide, a few months old. I think at this point we're closer to 6,000. Every one of our customers has recovered their data. These are some of the logos here and some of the customers that have graciously given us the opportunity to use their logo. And we thank all of any customers that are on the line. Thank you for your business. We thank all of these customers for their business as well. The last thing I'll leave you with is this idea around this warranty, right? We talk about a ransomware recovery warranty, and yes, a lot of it is architecture. But at the end of the day, you want to know that your backup tool and your data protection vendor has your back. And that's really what this warranty gives you, is that feeling of, hey, my data protection vendor feels so strongly about their capabilities and their services that I know that they've got my back. And again, I think that's really important to note here and shouldn't go off or overlooked. There's a couple of additional things, though, that we're providing on the background here. I think it's important. The first is our ransomware recovery team, or our ransomware response team. This is a free service to all of our customers. If any one of our customers were to call Rubrik to say, I think I've been impacted by ransomware, it activates specialized support team to go and work with you hand in hand to figure out what's going on. If you are impacted, they're going to want to work with your incident response teams to maybe scan your systems for any IOCs that they might see, to help you and handhold you through that recovery process. They stay until you tell them to go away. And it's a huge service that a lot of our customers have gained the benefit of, full of some of the most patient support people and some of the best support people I've ever had the pleasure of working with in my career. So know that that's a free service that's available to all of our customers. It doesn't matter what level of Rubrik you have. If you own Rubrik, you have access to the ransomware response team if you're ever impacted. The second thing here is Rubrik Zero Labs. This is our innovation arm. This is really where we're starting to innovate on the threat intelligence side, on the side of understanding what the landscape looks like out there. We've already generated out of Rubrik Zero Labs. We've already generated a couple of key pieces of information that really give you an idea of the threat landscape at our customers. So I implore you to go out and search for Rubrik Zero Labs and some of the reports that we have out there. They're freely available. This is actually run by an ex-Mandiant co-founder. So he's been around, had been around Mandiant for a while, and and is definitely definitely a great asset to this organization. This organization, the Rubrik Zero Labs, is going to be also an arbiter of threat intelligence, and I can talk about that a little bit in terms of what Rubrik's doing on the proactive side. But that's the idea around Rubrik Zero Labs. And that's all I had for you folks. Are there any questions in the chat? Happy to answer any. I think we're coming up on time here, so are there any questions?
Yeah, no, there are a couple of questions. Great presentation, and let me put up the poll here just, for additional resources that people would like. But Patrick has a question. Does Rubrik have a small business solution geared to, fewer than 30 employees?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, I mean, we have customers that span the gambit from Fortune 100 all the way down to very small shops. So yeah, definitely reach out to us via our website, and we'll be happy to get you in touch with your account team. There are account teams that cover very, very, very small accounts. There are also account teams that cover very, very, very large accounts. So we were in the gambit across the board, and we're happy to help.
Okay, super. And Chad has a question about the key features and capabilities Rubrik offers to simplify and streamline data backup, recovery, and management processes for organizations. Anything you can say about that?
Yeah, I mean, again, the key features I think are really those three pillars, right? The ability to ensure that your data is resilient so that it's going to be there when you're going to need it, right? The ability to understand what's happening to your data so that when you do decide to recover or you need to do a mass recovery because you've had a cyber event, the ability to be able to understand what's happened to my data so you make better decisions upon recovery. And then the last piece is the ability to be able to recover that data ephemerally for forensic purposes or for other purposes to do additional work on that. So that's really those three pillars I think encompass kind of what we bring to the market.
Okay. All right. Super. And Matt, we are up on time, but just if anybody wants to get started with Rubrik, what do you recommend?
Yeah, definitely recommend that you reach out to us on our website. There's a form that you can fill out to request a test drive with Rubrik. We'll make sure that URL makes it out to you folks. Happy to. I think that's the best way to get into our organization. That would obviously create a lead that will be routed to your sales team, your local sales team. And again, we're happy to help. Small or large, doesn't matter. We're here for you. So.
Okay. All right. Well, Matt, thanks so much for coming on and letting people know how Rubrik helps with protecting your data.
You're entirely welcome.
All right, and I'm going to close down the poll. Thanks to everybody who's responded to that, and don't forget about the handouts where you can see more resources from Rubrik. And it's time for our next prize drawing. We have another one of our $300 Amazon gift cards. Again, we're giving these away every 30 minutes. The next one here is going to Tally Bernberg from New Jersey. So congratulations to Tally. We'll be in touch about claiming your prize. All right, and now it's time for our next presentation in the Summit on Data Security, Security Awareness, and Ransomware. And this session comes from Rapid7. And I'm excited to introduce for Rapid7, Jason Hart, who's a regional CTO. Jason, welcome.
Hey, Scott. Good to be with you today. Thank you.
Great to have you. Take it away.
Okay, great. Afternoon, good morning, everyone. My name is Jason Hart. Objective of today really is to give you a slightly different slant on how to start approaching cybersecurity to prevent ransomware attacks. With regards to today, my key objective is to talk about a problem that very few people actually talk about. Yes, obviously from a ransomware perspective, a lot of people talk about technology controls to prevent that. But what I want to talk about is actually the cause and effect. How can we start approaching our cybersecurity hygiene to actually prevent a ransomware attacking in the first place. And ultimately, you'll be pleased to know, or may not be pleased to know, that I'm not going to talk about technology today. I'm going to talk about a fundamental problem that us as an industry need to address and focus on to actually start solving the broader cybersecurity problem, which in turn mitigates risk towards ransomware. So let me start. I've been in the information security industry pretty much most of my life. So I'm 48 now, and I started out as an ethical hacker as when I was 18. So essentially the days of modems. The industry's come a long way. However, year on year, requests for budgets and increase for budgets for cybersecurity increase year on year. Currently, we're running at roughly 20 to 25% CAGR. However, if I take a similar set of data, year on year, continual breaches and the increase in breaches increase year on year. So actually, if you look at the data, the more money we spend, the more cybersecurity breaches occur. Now, for me, that doesn't sound right in any way. And my question to the audience, and maybe a question for you to submit back, and we can talk about it at the end of my session, is if you were to double your cybersecurity budget, would it halve your risk? So let me ask that again. If you were to double your cybersecurity budget this year, would it halve your risk? Now, most organizations and most individuals I talk to from around the world actually say no. So my point is, if that is the case, why do we continue to spend more and more money on cybersecurity, in particular technology, if the risk isn't going to be halved? And this problem actually increases. We get this compound effect occurring on a daily basis or a yearly basis. We're moving from kind of on-prem into the cloud, we're moving to the edge, and everything around us is transforming at a very, very, very fast rate. And this is the common underlying problem in actually mitigating ransomware attacks. It's the ability to operationalize cybersecurity. And what do I mean by operationalizing cybersecurity? Every single one of you here today listening, my challenge and my question to all of you is, you have a set of business requirements from a cybersecurity perspective. What is the scope? What is the risk? How is it measured? How do you translate that business requirement and align that to technology? And then finally, how is the business requirements enabled within the technology underpinned by repeatable and scalable processes? Can anyone answer that question today on this call? In addition to that, we get this compounding problem within organizations of lost in translation. You've got the development team, you've got the engineering team, you've got IT, you've got help desk, you've got the CFO. Everyone's got a different requirement and a different need. So ultimately what we end up with is a set of business requirements which are not clearly defined on the need and the requirement for cybersecurity. That requirement is not aligned to the technology. We don't have repeatable, scalable processes to operationalize cybersecurity. And then we get this whole lost in translation, where the board or the exec part of the organization, they assume everything is good. They hear that we have certifications, you have SOC 2, you have PCI. So there's this false sense of security in the board level higher up in an organization. As you go down through the organization, there's continual repeating challenges in your organization of where you're trying to mitigate vulnerabilities, apply patches, and remove vulnerabilities and manage threats, which causes this whole lost in translation element. How does that look? And I call this the pain of journey within organizations. So over a 12-month period in most organizations I talk to, they go through this kind of mixed emotion. So we have a positive experience and then pain points within organizations. So at the beginning of the year, there's a high, there's a positive experience because the security team has got an increase in budget. Brilliant. However, the security team know that there's actually lack of alignment between business functions. As we all know, for cybersecurity to be really successful and for us to get a grip on ransomware and other security threats and risks, we need to ensure there is alignment and accountability across the whole organization. but what I see in most security teams, that this lack of alignment causes friction and basically increases operational cost. On top of that, for cybersecurity to be super successful and to be executed, you need to be able to measure it and ensure there's other elements of accountability and ownership across the organization. So again, most security teams I speak to obviously have this struggle. However, in Q1, within a year, there's a small insight to a risk and a threat. The security team mitigate that and everyone becomes happy and moves on. However, a month later, the security team realized that actually that particular threat or that risk that was identified, and which was a positive experience, actually the probability and the likelihood of actually having a magnitude of effect to an organization was very small, but no one says anything. Throughout the course of the year, an additional threat and risk was mitigated, and then suddenly from nowhere, a ransomware attack occurs. However, huge impact to the organization, but in Q3, someone in the organization has a new idea. Let's purchase some new technology and let's implement it from that problem occurring again. However, ultimately the underlying operating model, which was the cause and effect of that ransomware attack occurring, hasn't been solved because there's no clear alignment, no clear operating model to operationalize cybersecurity. And that's what I'm going to touch on today. I'm going to provide you with clear, definable takeaways, action points that allow you to operationalize cybersecurity within your organization. And ultimately, if you have any of these challenges that I'm going to talk about right now, then today and this presentation is the right content for you to start approaching your cybersecurity, your cause and effect in mitigating threats and risks for cybersecurity. So let's start with the first common challenge that I see within organizations. When something being started new within an organization, cybersecurity, unfortunately, is not default. The ability to understand what the potential risks, the potential vulnerabilities to that particular project is an aftermath. The second common problem I see is performance problems. How do you measure effectiveness? How do you measure ROI? How do you measure that actually the operating model of cybersecurity is actually working? The one that really frustrates me and a common problem is businesses are not aligned, business functions. So for the cybersecurity team, and potentially if you're a SOC analyst or a practitioner in cybersecurity listening today, it becomes very, very frustrating sometimes because you're continually repeating to the organization of a threat, a problem, or a vulnerability which you're aware of, but it just becomes noise. And this is because it's an alignment between the organizational functions to actually someone to own and be accountable to reduce or create or add a new patch to mitigate that risk or vulnerability. And then finally, the ability to execute a security strategy which actually allows you to minimize risk towards ransomware and additional cyber threats. So these are the four big common challenges I see within every organization. So I want you to reset. I want you to sit back. If you're listening in while I'm you're doing some emails, I'm just going to at a very high level walk you through a operating model, or I also call it a cyber target operator model, to overcome some of these challenges that I've outlined and these pain points, which ultimately are the cause and effect, which then in turn allow a ransomware attack to occur. So the concept is the ability to operationalize cybersecurity. So currently you as an organization, as an individual, have a current operator model. We call this a COM. So what we're going to do very quickly during the next 10 minutes is move from your current operator model to a target operator model to overcome a number of the challenges that I've spoken about. And ultimately, this is the alignment of business, technology, and cybersecurity. It's bringing the whole organization on a journey to make cybersecurity part of the business process, to allow you to focus on areas of the organization that require the appropriate level of risk appetite and remediation. But more importantly, it's a process and an operator model to allow you to make cybersecurity part of the business process and the day-to-day operations. Until we actually overcome these operational issues, ransomware attacks are not going to go away. But in order to do that, it's everyone's responsibility within an organization to be accountable and own elements of the operating model. So stage one, very quickly, we're going to talk about context. Stage two, we're going to talk about the foundations, and then it's how do we execute and pull this together. So you may be sitting there listening now and going, Jason, kind of, yeah, whatever, kind of disagree with some of the things you're saying. My objective is really to take you on a bit of a journey. So in order to start that process, if you're not already bought into the challenges and problems that I've already highlighted from a business perspective, hopefully by me asking it, what number of these questions will identify if you have a problem in your business without knowing, or challenging if you do have one or not already. So my first question to everyone today is, do you have a protection level agreement within your organization? I think most of you there will be sat saying, never heard of a protection level agreement. So no, I don't have them. So, okay, maybe you do have a problem. We'll cover that in a second. The second question I would like to ask everyone is, do you use KPIs within your organization to measure the effectiveness of cybersecurity? Some of you may, some of you may not. Most organizations I speak to actually use KPIs, but not in the right way. And a lot of organizations don't use KPIs to actually challenge the operating model or the effectiveness of cybersecurity. My third question to everyone here today is, what is your current level of risk? Do you know your current level of risk within your organization? Now, some of you may be sitting there thinking, yeah, I know the level of risk across my organization. So if you're one of those individuals, my next question to you is, by what scope? Can you tell me the level of risk by business function? Because guess what? If I'm a threat actor, I'm going to know your organization very well. I'm going to know certain different business functions have different levels of impact and potentially different levels of vulnerability. So you may know your current level of risk across the whole organization, but what is it by scope, by business function? And the fifth question is, which we've already hopefully answered, or you've answered to yourself, is if you were to double your security budget, would you have your risk? So if you say no to any of these questions, then I think today's content that I'm going to present now is for you. So the concept I'm going to present very quickly is a cyber target operating model. Is moving you from a current operating model to a target operating model with the objective of overcoming a number of the challenges that I've outlined. So ultimately, to enable a cyber target operating model, it's all about the what, the why, the how, the when, and the where of cybersecurity. So ultimately, we need to start with a direction, aka a strategy. What are the goals, what are the objectives, what are the vision, what are the needs, what are the skills? Then we need to understand the foundational elements. And then it's about measurement, KPIs, risk reduction, return on investment, reporting, threat intel, vulnerability, and then it's all about change management. So a lot of what I'm going to talk about, you may be thinking, what's this to do with cybersecurity? Well, that's a really, really good question. For any of you who've been involved in a very, very successful business where it's just executed and it's just been an unbelievable experience and so successful where the organization has grown and grown and grown, there's a reason for that. The reason for that is that organization would have had a clear mission, strategy, goals, objectives, and KPIs. Why am I talking about business strategy? Well, cybersecurity is super unique. It's super unique because it touches every single part of an organization. So if you want your cybersecurity strategy to execute and be successful, you need to ensure that every single individual within the organization clearly understands what the North Star is, the goals and the objectives, roles and responsibilities. Because if that's not done, then ultimately you're going to fail in executing against your cybersecurity strategy, mitigating threats and risks, and ultimately ransomware attacks. So the starting point is we need to ensure that everyone has a North Star. You may be saying, well, we have a security policy. Is that policy a North Star? Is it a vision? Is it direction? Is it a strategy? I'd like to challenge that 99% of the time, it's not. So my first giveaway to everyone here today, every organization needs to realign their operating model to ensure that every single individual understands the goal and the objective and the North Star for cybersecurity, aka strategy. It needs to have a purpose, and underneath that purpose, it needs key objectives. We need to assess, detect, respond, and automate. That's it. For each initiative, we have outcomes. This becomes your North Star. Now you have the North Star. Where do you start? What I see across every organization I speak to, they spray cybersecurity everywhere. But that becomes an impossible task. There is no way you will ever prevent a breach from happening. So we need to focus based on context. So the simplest way of creating context is by scoping out where to start on the operating model, the target operating model for your organization. So I call this the OPU moment. Apologies for the English there. So this is if you were to receive a phone call from one of my colleagues tomorrow to say your organization had been compromised, what business function would you go OPU? Did the threat actor gain access to that particular business function? Have you ever considered actually the level of impact by business function? So very quickly, we can create an X and Y chart here, create your different business functions, high impact at the top right-hand corner, and then lower as we go back. You can also apply data to this. So this is where we start with the target operating model. So we have the vision, the strategy, we have the scope with this particular slide. The next element is actually core foundations. To be successful in cybersecurity, you need other elements of the operating model. So what's your level of culture? How do you measure? How do you apply accountability? So those are the three core elements I'm going to focus on for today. So when I was younger, around about 7 or 8, in my backyard, there's a big wooded area. So I used to go up there at a very young age, around 7 or 8, and I used to try and light a fire. But at a very young age, I realized actually I could not light a fire. And then I got to about 12 and I realized there's 3 elements to be successful to create a fire: oxygen, fuel, and ignition. If you had those 3 in the right combination, you could create a fire. And unfortunately, I caught the woods alight. So that was a mistake and a learning that kind of has really kind of stayed with me for my whole life. But with cybersecurity, we need 3 core elements. We need to be able to measure the level of risk and the level of threat. Once we can measure and present that measurement in the appropriate way, we can then make sure people are accountable. Once we have measurement and accountability, we create a cybersecurity culture across the whole organization. And then once you have those 3 elements, obviously the measurement gives us accountability, we get the culture, then you can start looking at your processes, your resources, and the automate, which underpins the strategy. So how do we get accountability? So now we have a strategy, now we have the operating model with regards to the core underlying elements. We need to start making people accountable. So for the particular scoped area within the target operating model that you've created, I need you to create a RACI. How many of you have clearly defined RACIs for threat management, vulnerability management, or anything with regards to in the cybersecurity domain, which clearly defines who's accountable, who's responsible for, who's consulted, and who's informed? So if you don't have a RACI, there's your first kind of action aligned to the scope of the organization or business function. A RACI clearly defines who's accountable and who's responsible for particular parts of the operating model or ownership of the requirements of what we're trying to mitigate from a risk perspective. Now we have a RACI, we implement a concept of what I call protection level agreements. A protection level agreement is very similar to what I call an SLA. Like any of us, if we were to kind of start using Spotify or Netflix or whatever, we'll provide an SLA of uptime and downtime for that particular service. So we've taken that concept here at Rapid7 and we call it a protection level agreement. The beauty of a protection level agreement is an agreement between 2 or more parties. So one party is what I call the protection stakeholder, and then the other parties are the protection providers. In a very simple way, a protection level agreement is high up in an organization. You agree I'm going to use an example for vulnerability management here now. You agree a protection level agreement for critical vulnerabilities. So you say for this particular business function or environment, we require critical vulnerabilities to be mitigated within 30 days. And that is a protection level agreement that is agreed as high up in the organization as possible. So now what that does, that facilitates communication down through the organization in a non-technical way. It's a mutually negotiated, accepted measurement of how the business is going to operate, and it clearly defines procedures in a non-technical way. And ultimately, it's a business approach to define security requirements in a non-technical way, and we call this a protection level agreement. Protection level agreements can be used for any aspect of cybersecurity, and it's a very good way of translating very technical information into business context to allow stakeholders of an organization to understand the level of effectiveness. And I'll provide you with a dashboard in a second how all this comes together. The next element now feeding into the protection level agreement is KPIs. So KPIs for me are very, very important. So at the end of today's session, we will provide you a link to 42 different cybersecurity KPIs, which align to culture, measurement, accountability, process, automation, and resources and strategy. So if you have a deficiency in any of those core domains, we provide you with the KPIs to allow you to mature those particular components. More importantly, each KPI has a description, it has a category, it has a measurement, it tells you the owner, i.e. the individual who should own the KPI. We provide a target on the level of scoring based on the maturity that you're trying to achieve on your target operating model. We provide you with a data source in this particular case. If you're a Rapid7 customer, you can actually pull the data directly from the Rapid7 platform and automate that process. And then finally, who's accountable to the KPI. So what does this mean, pulling this all together? I've kind of taken you through kind of a very detailed kind of concept at a very high level in less than 10 minutes. So ultimately, the point I'm trying to say here is we need to move away from how we currently approach and operationalize cybersecurity, and we need to move to start measuring the effectiveness of security controls in a different way, and we call this a target operating model. So in this particular dashboard here I'm showing you, we've agreed that in a particular business function, the protection level agreement is 30 days. So that's on the top right-hand corner. But we can see here, using the KPIs, that the average mean time to resolution for the critical vulnerability is 56 days. And we also have 12 change requests assigned, and we have 10 open critical vulnerabilities. So straight away, from a business context perspective, I'm not looking at the bits and bytes of the technicalities of the vulnerabilities or the risks within the organization. I'm looking at operational issues here. In this particular real-life case, which I'm going to walk you through now with this dashboard, it was for an actual organization. They implemented this approach underpinned by the Rapid7 platform because they were continually showing vulnerabilities across their organization, which in turn put them at risk of ransomware attacks. So within 2 months, they went from a very redundant operating model to a target operating model that allowed the business to see actually the security team were doing their role. It was the broader organization that wasn't supporting the process because of accountability and ownership. Moreover, the stakeholders were finding it very confusing to understand the extent of the risk. So by presenting this particular dashboard with a protection level agreement, combined with the KPI data, combined with the different personas and the implementation status, they realized, and in what I'm going to explain now, that security were doing what they were doing, but product management were not allowing enough in the backlog for cybersecurity risks to be mitigated. So it basically became a business conversation to say, and to allow the product management team to say, as an organization, the business and sales are pushing for new features and functions, which doesn't allow us to remediate the risks and the threats that have been identified. So ultimately, it became a business conversation, which in turn allowed them to start meeting the protection level agreement. I hope that makes sense. So ultimately, how does this tie back to Rapid7? Rapid7 are the world leaders in threat and vulnerability and context. Each organization is different. You will have a different level of risk, different level of threat. We are agnostic to your environment. We will provide you the intelligence and the data to identify the risks and the threats based on context. More importantly, you can take this example target operator model with protection level agreements and KPIs to translate the technicalities of the security risks and present it to the organization in a way that they understand. More importantly, you can automate the target operator model to drive security effectiveness and outcomes immediately. You can assess, detect, respond, and automate. You can do that across application security, cloud security, your threat intelligence, your SIEM, your orchestration, and your whole life cycle of vulnerability management agnostic to the environment. What does this mean from an organizational perspective for each and every one of you here today? You immediately overcome the business challenges by utilizing a target operating model approach to operationalize cybersecurity. We move you from a Horizon 1 to a Horizon 3 over a period of time. You reduce your operational cost for maintaining and implementing cybersecurity, and at the same time reduce cybersecurity risks and threats. More importantly, you make cybersecurity part of the business process. And we do this together on a journey. Another way of putting this is layers of requirements. Stage 1, today I've challenged all of you on your current operating model. I've challenged you on potentially your missing elements from a process and operational perspective. Rapid7 provides you with the appropriate data based on scope. We provide measurement, align that protection level to protection level agreements, underpinned by KPIs, and we execute a cybersecurity strategy underpinned by the Rapid7 platform. Ultimately, it's about outcomes, taking each and every one of you on a journey. So from a nascent to an adaptive, build, plan, and run and operationalize cybersecurity that drives business outcomes, which in turn translates technicalities into a business conversation. For me, I call this the concept of the evolution of profit and loss for cybersecurity. If I was to go into any of your boards tomorrow and talk to them about EBITDA, profit and loss, or cash flow, they would immediately understand what I'm talking about. So by talking in this particular language, taking this approach, we can provide each and every one of your organizations with a set of levers to accept risk, mitigate risk, transfer risk, but ultimately operationalize cybersecurity. Just like each and every one of you manage a P&L, it's at some point, we need to kind of elevate the cybersecurity conversation to a business language so stakeholders across the organization can understand. For me, it's about taking everyone on a journey. That's the industry. And more importantly, each of your stakeholders and yourselves. It's about a journey that delivers outcomes and context. And for me, we can't solve problems by using the same kind of thinking we used when we created them. We need to start thinking differently and moving from a current operator model to a target operator model underpinned by a security platform that provides the context and the data will help each and every one of you provide this journey. Thank you so much for joining me today, and I'll open the line up for any questions.
Okay, yeah, excellent presentation. By the way, for your question about if you were to double your cybersecurity, would it have your risk? Nobody said yes in the chat there. So I think that's probably what you expected. There was a question about what you're seeing as far as how the influence of AI systems like ChatGPT are affecting people's risk.
Yeah, great question. It's come up quite a lot recently, actually. So look, ultimately, you will have a risk there to date. Okay, so if I was to go back to think like a bad guy, I'm going to do some footprinting and I'm going to do some remuneration. I'm going to understand the scope of your organization, and some of that's kind of manual today. Some of it's already automated. But what's going to happen is AI is going to augment that very, very quickly. It's going to conduct the discovery process, enumeration, and it's going to identify maybe a low risk, a small risk, and a big risk. But it's going to bring that together and create a bigger exploit to target each and every one of you from an organizational perspective. So it's just going to exacerbate the problems you already have. And I think this, Scott, this is the key point from my perspective is actually until we start operationalizing cybersecurity and making it part of the business process, you can chuck all the technology in the world at it, okay? But, let's maximize the technology we already have and, let's understand the threats and the risks by context to solve the problems that are there already. Because in a year or 2 years' time, these problems are just going to be exacerbated by kind of AI, etc.
Okay. All right. Yeah, great response there, Jason. Appreciate that. We had a question here from Holden too. On that, double the budget, half the risks. Holden is wondering if you can share any metrics or KPIs that organizations can track to measure the effectiveness of Rapid7's solutions in improving their cybersecurity posture.
Yeah, great. No, 100%. So, we can provide or we can do something separately, but, in all of you today, okay, will be using some form of vulnerability management platform. The challenge comes down to actually getting the broader organization to help you mitigate those threats and those vulnerabilities that have been identified. So, we at Rapid7, world leader in identifying the vulnerabilities and the risks, but I continually see dashboards saying, we've got 10,000 vulnerabilities. Now we're up to 12,000. Now we've got to 30,000. It just goes up. It doesn't decline. So that is a operating model issue. So here, what we're doing now at Rapid7 is actually saying, here is the platform, but by the way, this is how we take you on a journey to operationalize it and take the broader organization on that journey to help you reduce those vulnerabilities and those risks. Because it's okay having the technology, and our technology will keep saying new vulnerabilities, but how do we collectively work together to operationalize that and make that kind of journey of, identification, remediation based on context, based on threat, part of the business process? Because what you see is that you see these huge spikes within organizations. You do a vulnerability assessment or scanning, and then you'll get a spike and you remediate. Next quarter, you do the same, you get a spike. But how do we make that part of the day-to-day rigor, repeatable process within an organization to kind of operationalize that? I hope that answers the question, Scott. And I'm happy, and today we don't have enough time, but we've got countless organizations around the world now who are actually kind of making the Rapid7 platform part of the business process to automate and solve this problem using some of the techniques, and I've outlined it.
Okay. All right. Well, Jason, yeah, unfortunately, we are going to have to leave it there. There are a bunch more questions in chat. I hope you can hang out a little bit and maybe answer some of those, in text here afterward. But thank you so much for coming on. This has been a great presentation, and really appreciate the update on Rapid7.
Absolute pleasure, Scott. And everyone, if you need any more information, reach out to me directly or come to the Rapid7 website. Myself and the team would love to help you. Thank you.
Excellent. And I'll just put Jason's information back up there for a second while we do our next prize drawing. The winner of the next $300 Amazon gift card is Rupinder Gill from Ohio. So congratulations to Rupinder Gill. We'll be in touch about claiming your prize. Okay, well, now it is time for our next presentation in the Data Security Summit, and this session comes from ID Agent. And presenting for ID Agent are Miles Walker, Channel Development Manager, and Brandon Fernandez, a Customer Success Engineer. Miles, Brandon, welcome.
Hey, how are we doing? Thank you.
All right, how are you?
Good. Yeah, just living the life here. What about yourself?
The same. Well, the console is yours, so take it away.
Perfect. Thanks so much. Well, let's dive right in. We got a lot to cover today. It was mentioned, I'm representing ID Agent here. My name is Miles Walker, Channel Development Manager, and what we're here to talk to you today is about transforming your employees into your biggest defense asset. So a lot of people think that an employee is the biggest risk or liability to a business, but we like to turn that on our head here and say, you know what, let's turn that biggest liability into the biggest asset. So let's dive right in. This one's pretty crazy. I always show this and people get a little bit worried when they see this, but human-related causes are responsible for 90% of cybersecurity breaches. So you can have the best tools in place, you can have the best solutions, but if you don't have your team trained up and ready to, spot these issues, you're going to struggle. And that's something that every business has to deal with moving forward in this new normal. We have a very graphics heavy presentation here. So we've got a bunch of images. Feel free to take some photos during. 1 in 3 employees are likely to click on a phishing email. This one's pretty crazy. I'm pretty much at the forefront of the phishing world and cybersecurity and security awareness training. And we hear these numbers. We get different sets of information sent to us all the time. And these numbers continue to scare me. 1 in 8 are likely to share information requested in a phishing email. It just shows how smart these cyber criminals are getting. It's not the West African prince sending emails out asking for money so that you can get access to his millions and funds anymore. These cyber criminals are smart, they're sophisticated, they're working in a business environment, and they're not based in their parents' basement anymore. They're often in cyber farms in Eastern Europe, and they're smart and they know what they're doing. And the threats are constantly evolving, and we need to constantly evolve with those threats. The next number will definitely scare a lot of people because this is the average cost of a data breach that starts with a phishing attack, which is $4.9 million. I don't know about you, but I don't have $4.9 million burning a hole in my pocket. So this is something that all businesses have to deal with on a daily basis. When I do talks to people in public, I'm traveling all around the world doing talks on security awareness and cybersecurity and security hygiene and phishing. I often tell people stories that, kind of baffle. I know I recently had a CrossFit gym in my local area here in Vancouver, Canada, and they got hit by a ransomware attack. And the ransomware was $8,000. Recently, a school just down the street from us was hit with another ransomware attack, and it was for $16,000. So a lot of these ransoms, you can see the big numbers are 4.9 million, but these cyber criminals are going after the low-hanging fruit these days, and often the ransoms are smaller than you'd expect. So this is just something to keep in mind. I'm going to go through each one of these points because they're really, really important. Employees are more likely to make errors if they don't know what the threats look like. That's why security awareness training is so key. They're experiencing undue stress. Everyone has stress at work or distraction or time constraints, and that's the time when often these employees are most vulnerable. They don't feel confident in judging a threat. They're afraid of technology. They don't know who to ask for help. Now with our hybrid working environment, which has taken over the globe, up to 30 to 40% of workers are working from home. They can't just tap their tech team member on the shoulder and say, hey, this email, pardon the pun, looks a little fishy. Can you help with that? Because they're working from home. They don't want to bother these tech people. They don't know how to report a problem. They have little to no security awareness training. They don't have the right tools to stop an incident. They don't believe security is important. So these are just some examples of how employees make mistakes. And no matter what solution you have in place, it all comes down to that human factor. And that's why security awareness training is key. One of my favorite movies here, if anyone in the chat knows what this movie is, please do let me know. But doing security awareness training and phishing simulations is no longer optional. 3 to 5 years ago, or maybe even just before COVID, security awareness training was done by a small percentage of the business world. And now this is becoming so commonplace that if you're not doing security awareness training, I'll be wondering why not. Phishing simulations as well. You've got to pair them up together because security awareness training is great, but you need to send out those phishing simulations and test your employees. Make sure they know what they're seeing, know what they're looking for, and they're going to be, the cog in that wheel that helps with their security and cyber hygiene. All right, moving along. So why employee security awareness training is essential? Well, the biggest reason, it reduces risk of experience a cyber attack by up to 70%. If you got told you can, help your cyber hygiene by 70%, would you do it? Yes, you probably would. Also now with, compliance and regulatory rules, you won't probably get cyber insurance if you don't prove that you're doing employee security awareness training on a regular basis. I'm not talking once a year or twice a year. I'm talking doing it on a regular basis, at least every quarter on the minimum, but hopefully more. 1 year of training will reduce the number of employees fooled by phishing by 90%. That's what we want to do. At the end of the day, the biggest thing we want to do, we want to make sure our employees are not getting fooled. They're not clicking on those phishing links. For the third straight year, phishing was the number one vector used by cyber criminals to attack businesses, and we need to stop that. Lastly, reducing the cost of phishing, like lost productivity and incident response, by more than 50%. That's what we're trying to do at the end of the day. All right, so let's dive into the product. So here's Bullfish ID, and you have to choose a security awareness training and phishing simulator in one powerhouse solution. And that's why I'd say Bullfish ID is a great place to start. Cybersecurity Excellence Award winner in 2022. We're really proud of the awards we've taken home over the past couple of years. And when I say a rich set of phishing campaigns, that's what we're giving you. Pre-made phishing simulation kits, the ability to customize those phishing kits to align with the need of your business. So if you're in the retail space or the education or healthcare, we can actually have customized phishing kits tailored towards the industry you work with. And new kits are constantly being added regularly to keep up with those latest threats. That's super important. If you're going to be picking a cybersecurity awareness tool or anti-phishing solution training, you need to have a solution that is constantly being updated, because the employees that you're testing will see the regular kits and they'll get used to it. You need to be constantly evolving. And when I say more than just anti-phishing training, we have new training videos and quizzes that are added regularly to help your employees get better with improving that cyber hygiene. Whether it's compliance or actual security awareness training, we have stuff that covers ransomware, brand impersonation. Nation-state cybercrimes are coming all too close to home now. Nation-state attacks are not just one country attacking another. They're often attacking the supply chain. Whether it's COVID scams or government spoofing, these are all things that are constantly evolving, and we're constantly coming up with new and innovative training videos and quizzes that your team can use. And the customization options is key. So we can customize those phishing campaigns to the needs of your organization. I mentioned that briefly earlier. And we can actually create or allow you to create your own phishing emails from a blank template. That is so key to a business, because you're going to be able to take what you want and actually put it onto your employees. Customize training courses to the needs of your business. We talked about that. And create and upload your own training content. So, for example, this is one that I think should be at the start of every new employee's training, is they should be doing some sort of security awareness training. You don't know where they were before, what business they were, or what they were trained at before they joined your company. That's something that often recruiters or HR doesn't ask. That should be something that's started and set up from the very first day that they start, new employee training and security awareness. Here's what the training portal looks like. So the employee experience is great. It's personalized to each end user, and users can log on whenever they want and see their assigned trainings, which video courses, and they can also take quizzes. Obviously, once completed, it'll show the courses that have been open and which ones have expired as well. And that's something that's so key, because you need them to be invested in this. Configure custom domain and improve training deliverability. That's something that's really unique to our business, whether it's Bullfish ID, and we allow you to use our own or your customer's domain to deliver security awareness training and simulation emails. And this is so key, because users will be less likely to ignore, delete, or mark the training emails as spam. So if they see that email and they see it from the customer's domain, that's really, really going to help them. Easy campaign management. So at the end of the day, this is how you track and you show what you're doing. You can create and import and edit target employee groups for phishing and training campaigns. For example, say you want to focus just on finance. You can do a campaign just for finance. Maybe you want to focus on just the sales team. You can focus on just the sales team. Or maybe it's the admin team you want to focus on. You can do that. So you can schedule multiple campaigns for weeks and months ahead. That's so great, because it allows your business to function and you can plan for the future. Reporting, at the end of the day, this is where you can go into the business you work with or your internal IT team and say, hey, you know what, 64% of the respondents actually opened the email, and this is the results. Maybe 24% ended up clicking. And now you can actually automate reporting. So we're taking a lot of the grunt work out of the business, and by automating reporting, that makes everybody's life a little bit easier. Lastly, some security awareness training best practices. Train on a regular ongoing basis and aim for a monthly training cadence. We've been told that 11 per year is key because then they don't expect one every month. So you might skip a month. Train new hires. I talked about that earlier. Get them involved in security awareness training right from the get-go. Identifying high-risk employees and mitigate risk. And lastly, stagger the phishing exercise delivery. Don't just do it at the start of each month. Sometimes it's 2 weeks into the month. Sometimes it's the end of the month. Stagger that. Lastly, we have an exclusive offer, which is 20% off. We're going to be talking about that, but I'm going to pass it over to Brandon. He's actually going to hop into the solution and dive into the weeds a little bit to show you, how Bullfish works. Brandon, over to you.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Miles. So I'm going to be sharing my screen here into a demo environment of Bullfish just to show you guys how easy it is to kind of set up these phishing campaigns, look at all the training courses that you guys can assign to your clients, and we'll just dive in right here. So we'll go to phishing simulation section here. We'll take a look at the phishing kits that are available to you guys. These are all global kits that you guys can look at. These kits are always updated every single month. Like Miles says, we're always trying to be ahead of the game when it comes to these phishing kits because the environment's always changing. Every single month there are different phishing kits that are going out, but these are all global kits right out of the box as soon as you sign up. If you see here, these are FedEx, GoDaddy. You can pick whichever ones you want for the campaigns that you guys are running. You can pin them to be like a favorited kit that you want to use. But we'll take a look at this GoDaddy one as an example right here just to show you how valuable these kits are to you guys for phishing simulations. So over here, we'll look at the open rate, the click rate, and submit data rate. This is information on a global scale of what we have seen across the platform for this particular kit. This one actually came out 2 days ago, so there's not too much information on it. But you can see here down below in this email template, this is exactly what the user is going to see when they get the email. They'll click on verify. If they fall for the phishing simulation, it'll take them to our portal here, which looks identical to GoDaddy. They'll throw in their customer information, sign in. Once they sign in, it says, hey, you've been phished. Please take this how to not be phished training video because you're obviously the problematic child in the organization. So it will go through that process, and we'll obviously let you guys know through our reporting which users have actually opened the email, who have clicked the email, and who has actually submitted data to it. Okay, so that is our phishing kit section. And then on the inverse side of the house, we'll look at the training courses here. In the same way we're always dropping in kits, we're always dropping in training courses every single month. Typically, they're like 3 to 4 training courses a month. You can see some of the newer ones are going to be up here. Sort this one out. But these are pretty up to date with what's going on in the environment, cryptocurrency, how to protect credentials from using multi-factor, dangers of password sharing. So there's a plethora of videos here that you guys can select from. If you want to see what they look like, you can always click on this little eye icon. It's going to show you. They're all infographic videos, all under 5 minutes, very easy to digest for the end users because at the end of the day, these are non-technical folks that need to know some sort of technical protection. They're all under 5 minutes, and they all actually have a quiz attached to it. So at the end of the video, they can see and test their knowledge of how well they've done actually ingesting this video. But very easy to use for our training courses here. The other thing here is for setup for our directories, one of the new things we kind of came out with is a directory sync with Azure, with also Google Workspace. Passly is another one, and also newly released IT Glue. But you can always add in a directory sync for all the clients that you guys manage. If you manage your Azure environments, even better, because you're going to be able to actually pull in those groups dynamically. Any groups that already exist within the tenant, you're going to be able to select them and sync them over. They'll be down here. It could be all employees, it could be staff, however you want to break down those groups, or you could do all employees. It's totally up to you guys, but this makes it so that there's a constant sync 24/7 even before a kit will go out, it will double check against the Azure environment just to make sure it has all the newest users that it needs to onboard and also offboard, because we have users that are being removed from the Azure. So that is our directories page. If you set this up, this is going to be a game changer for you guys, because it's pretty much hands-off from there, because if you are setting up a phishing simulation under here, one of the neat things...
Hey, Brandon, could I...
Yeah.
Brandon,
sure.
Could I stop you for a second? The screen hasn't changed. It still just says phishing kits at the top.
Oh, sorry. Share this.
There we go. That's changing.
Yeah. Sorry about that. So yeah, under directories, just to overview, just because I was kind of going through that process, you can see other groups here that you can select, and they'll dynamically start syncing over all new users and remove any old users that are on the platform. Okay. Transitioning over to the phishing campaign, just want to show you kind of how easy it is to set up that test campaign. We'll do pull out that information here. We'll skip weekends. Spread is going to be how it's going to spread the particular kit for a period of 30 days. We definitely want to do that, not all at once. That way the users aren't talking to each other. If we click next here, one of the cool things about Bullfish is that if you want to create a campaign for all your organizations, you can select that straight from here. You can pick as many organizations as you want. There's no limit to this. I'll do another organization just so we can pick them here. And then as long as you're selecting the synced groups, which typically is indicated by Google Active Directory or Azure Active Directory in the name of the group, you'll be able to select them here. We'll do this one as an example. And then we can build this campaign for all the organizations you guys manage. If you click next, you can select all the kits that you want to use. So we'll drag in a couple of these. This is going to be on the monthly cadence here. We'll drag them here. You'll see all the dates change over here. We can set it up for the entire year if we want. You can drag in as many kits as you need. And the idea behind this is that if you want to set it up all the way up to December, set it up for every single client, it's maybe about 5 minutes setup. Once you have the Azure Sync, you'll see all the details on the campaign here, all the groups that we're targeting, and these are all Azure or Google Workspace groups, all the kits that we're using. And then as soon as I click confirm, it's pretty much hands-off at this moment, because the Azure Sync or Google Workspace Sync is going to take care of adding those new users and removing them. This also applies for the cybersecurity training portion. So if there's a new user and we've already scheduled out an entire year, they're actually just going to be appended to the campaign, and they'll go straight from there. They'll be assigned a course, and it's hands-off. There's really little to no management once you set up those things. And then the other thing I did want to point out is on a reporting side, we do have manual reports. These are reports that you guys can export out to your clients. They're nice PDF business looking reports here. You could do it for every single month, for the quarter. You can also automate these reports, and they're actually going to go out. You can send them out to your end clients, to yourselves, however you guys want to build these out. But they'll get a nice PDF showing all the kits, all the phishing campaigns that we've done for the month, all the cybersecurity training that we've done for the month. And we also have a new user export that will actually export all this information to CSV for you guys, and you guys can manipulate the data if you need to present it in however you need to. But this is a more technical report, if you may, for you guys at your disposal. Okay. And then the last thing I do want to touch on was the sending domains that Miles had mentioned, where you can actually use the customer's domain here. We have a lot of them that aren't verified in the profile, but we have the global ones at your disposal today, and you can make have new email addresses, quote unquote, for these and use them to send out phishing kits or cybersecurity training. But if you want to upload your own customer's domain, we can definitely use that, and you can create, a help desk at whatever the domain is at, and then we could start using, custom phishing kits against that, and also send out the cybersecurity training as well. But I think that's about it on my side, and I'll just pass it over back to Miles.
Thanks so much, Brandon. So we've got a special offer here. We're doing 20% off Bullfish ID Security Awareness Training and Phishing Simulation. And we're going to be putting up a poll as well, and we've got some questions as well coming through. I don't know how we want to handle those questions. I'll maybe hand that over to the team, and we can go from there. On the next slide as well, I post a lot of content. Would love to connect up with anyone who has any questions. Just scan that QR code, and you'll be connected to me. But we would love to dive into some of these questions. And once again, 20% off is our special.
All right, great. Yeah, really great presentation there, Miles, and great walkthrough from Brandon there. I guess let me go ahead and put the poll up, and we'll just about additional information people like about the ID agent solution, and then I'll go back to that QR code after a little bit here. But
For sure.
First things first, Miles, we had Phyllis, Chad, Matt, Thomas, Jeffrey L, Jonathan, Brandy, and Jeffrey R. all got your movie quiz right, guessing Office Space. So
nice work.
Throwing
Nice
that
work.
in there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I would love to say I'll be sending out signed copies, but I don't even know if I could even find a signed copy of that movie anymore.
But we do have a lot of other questions here. Some of them were answered like a little bit later, so I'm trying to skip through some of those. But
Sure.
people do have a lot of questions about the editability of the phishing kits. You guys got into that a bit, but how much customization can you do in addition to all of the sort of pre-built ones?
Yeah,
Sure.
I can
Brandon,
answer that.
do you want to take those? Yeah.
Yeah. So for the custom phishing kits, it's really whatever you think you can design, at least in HTML, is up for grabs. We do have templates that are based off of some of the things that we've already created, like let's say the Office 365 login section. So we can base it off of that template, change any of the vocabulary on there, but it's all really, at the end of the day, custom made. So it's whatever you feel like is going to be most effective for the end user. You can definitely build it out using the custom phishing campaign, and you can also use that custom sending domain so that it looks like it's coming from a particular domain.
Okay. Yeah. So thanks to Jeffrey and I think Matt who were asking about that. Great question. Got a question from Latoya who's wondering, even though you do training for phishing with simulations, people still click on it. What are other ways to assist them for awareness? This makes me think of those old, this cereal is part of this great breakfast. Like, how do you recommend that people use different things together?
Sure. Yeah, I can take that one. So, I would say, having some type of anti-phishing solution in place is key. Having the security awareness training is a great first step, because that's helping those employees see what's out there and see what are some of the problems. But, having an anti-phishing solution in place that they can use, it's double layers of protection. This is the thing, is that these cyber criminals are coming from all angles. I heard 2 stories, I kid you not, this past week alone, of one of my friend's moms who got in a very sophisticated Amazon spoofing attack, and she ended up losing $120,000 of her savings. And then just last night I was out for dinner with some friends here, and his mom lost $50,000 in a different type of phishing attack. So you can do all the security training awareness in the world, but at the end of the day, human error is something that's going to happen. So if you can put layer upon layer upon layer, so whether that's adding an anti-phishing solution in place as well, you need to do it, because nowadays, these attacks are coming quick, they're coming fast, and they're not like they used to be. They're very sophisticated. So adding another level of security, like an anti-phishing solution, would be a great idea for Latoya and her business to do.
Okay. All right. Question from Jeffrey. When a user clicks on one of the simulated phishing emails, is there a way to automatically enroll them into a training campaign?
I can
Brandon,
answer
you want to take that one?
Yeah, so not today, but that is something our development team is looking into in order to automatically enroll them. They are already presented with a training course on how to not be phished as soon as they are phished, and we are reporting that information. That way you guys can maybe assign a course, but from an automatic standpoint, that is currently in development.
Okay, all right, great. Let's see. Matt has a question about, can the results of training be used to improve future training by letting us know what users are struggling to understand. Is there sort of any iterative, either aspect to it or like best practices around using your tool to make it iterative that way?
So in that respect, the export user report that I kind of briefly showed with the CSV information, obviously that is something that you can leverage to see, well, who are the users rather that continually maybe fail courses, and maybe target those folks to maybe take those courses again, or if the new courses are assigned, they would be kind of like the first one in line. So that's how I would kind of approach that question.
Okay. All right, super. And we probably have time for one more question. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to close down the poll and put up Miles's slide there with the QR code and the other links there, just so if you want to grab any information there, you can. But probably last question here is there a limit on the number of campaigns I can create?
There is no limit to the amount of campaigns you can create today.
Okay. All right. Well, super. Well, Miles, Brandon, there's more questions that we couldn't get to here today. So if you guys have any time to just sort of hang out in the chat, we'd really appreciate it. But thank you so much for coming on and bringing us up to speed on ID Agent and how you guys are helping people with phishing.
Of course, yeah, we'll hang around in the chat for sure. I'll be here.
All right, super. Thanks again.
No problem.
All right, and now it's time for our next prize drawing. And the winner of the $300 Amazon gift card is Diane Priesel from Connecticut. And now it's also time for another grand prize giveaway. So this grand prize is Apple HomePods. Again, we've got 3 of them to give out. And our winners are Greg Zurich from Illinois, Ian Halder from California, and Scott Speckman from Kansas. So congratulations to Diane Priesel on the gift card, and to our HomePod winners, Greg Zurich, Ian Halder, and Scott Speckman. We'll be in touch about claiming your prizes. Okay, and moving on, it's time for our next presentation in the Data Security Virtual Summit, and this session comes from Cisco. Presenting for Cisco is Javier Inclán, who's an XDR product marketing manager. So I'm going to turn things over to Javier.
Hello, my name is Javier Inclán, and I'm a product marketing manager for Cisco XDR. I would like to welcome everyone to this webinar, where we're going to cover the steps for streamlining your incident management program with XDR from the preparation phase to post-incident analysis. Without further ado, let's jump into the first topic of this session, the current threat landscape. An organization's security operations center has never been more important than it is today. Protecting from multidimensional attacks that can be originated from multiple attack vectors into complex hybrid multi-vendor environments is easier said than done. Security teams are often forced to operate across dozens of tools with inconsistent integrations. At the same time, phishing, malware, ransomware attacks are becoming more and more frequent. The only way to move forward in this new normal is with security resilience, which is the ability to protect the integrity of every aspect of the business to withstand unpredictable threats or changes and emerge even stronger. The challenges for security teams continue to change and grow. In a hybrid multi-vendor, multi-vector universe, everyone could be an insider. In 2022, over 30% of all incidents involved stolen credentials or malicious insiders. Attacks start from anywhere. 19% of breaches occurred because of a compromise at the business partner, and 45% of breaches occurred in the cloud. Alert fatigue is worse. 37% of IT and security pros say their security environment is more difficult now due to increasing volume and complexity of alerts. Hybrid work has expanded the attack surface. The average cost of a data breach where remote work was a factor is nearly 22% higher than in the past. With all these challenges mentioned before, a crucial component of an effective security resilience strategy involves a clear and attainable incident management program as a foundational piece. Adopting an incident management framework is crucial for any organization as it helps in managing and responding efficiently to unexpected incidents or emergencies. This incident handling program helps in minimizing the impact of incidents on the organization's operations, reputation, and finances. An appropriate program outlines the procedures, policies, and responsibilities for managing incidents. It provides a framework for identifying, assessing, and responding to incidents promptly and efficiently. This program also helps in establishing clear communication channels and protocols for notifying relevant stakeholders. By defining a clear incident management program, an organization can improve its overall resilience and preparedness to handle unexpected events, and in some cases it also ensures that the organization is compliant with relevant regulations and standards. Furthermore, an incident management in place helps in enhancing the organization's reputation by demonstrating its commitment to safety, security, and risk management. It also provides a basis for continuous improvement by allowing the organization to learn from past incidents and implement corrective actions. With threats becoming increasingly sophisticated, the all detection and response model doesn't go far enough. This is where Extended Detection and Response, or XDR, comes in, a unified security incident detection and response approach. XDR solutions automatically collect and correlate telemetry from multiple security tools, apply analytics to expose and prioritize malicious activity, then respond to remediate threats. Security without visibility is dangerous. This highlights the risks associated with having security measures in place without proper visibility or awareness of what is happening within the system. Without visibility, it becomes challenging to detect and respond to potential security breaches, vulnerabilities, or malicious activities. This lack of awareness can leave the system exposed to threats, making it dangerous. But visibility without security is useless. This means that having visibility or insight into what is happening within a system, network, or any environment is meaningless if there are no proper security measures in place. Even if you can see what's going on, without adequate security, potential threats and vulnerabilities can still exploit the system, causing harm or damage. Incident management frameworks can take advantage of the core capabilities of an XDR solution, such as detect, prioritize, and remediate the most advanced threats. Our ultimate goal in Cisco is to secure your business while making it easier for your security analysts during all stages of your SOC incident management cycle. That's why we have converged capabilities across endpoint, network, email, cloud, and more into a single solution to deliver the fastest threat detection and response solution in the market today. Cisco XDR is collaborative, extensible, cloud-first detection and response solution built with SOC analysts in mind. Now, let's dig into the first stage of an incident management framework: preparation. This is the keystone and probably the most essential stage to protect your business before an incident occurs. Organizations must have a predefined plan to address security incidents to help SOC teams to deal with cyber attacks or data breaches. It is critical that SOC members are properly trained on their response roles and responsibilities in the event of a security incident. In addition, it is important to consider the following relevant points. Understand all the protected surfaces, such as applications, endpoints, data, servers, communication infrastructure. Identify all possible attack vectors exposed to threat actors. Recognize the impact and implications in case a successful attack is perpetrated against protected assets. Cisco XDR is designed to consolidate, discover, normalize, and work with your device inventory, identifying all possible attack vectors exposed. Cisco XDR unifies multiple device managers, endpoint detection and response, AV, and other endpoint security products, and then brings the details those tools and solutions provide into a unified view to reduce the impact of an incident within your protected assets. Threat detection is a foundational capability of any XDR solution, and it could be the starting point for further analysis efforts. It is not a matter of if a security incident will occur, it's a matter of when. Upon entering your environment, you must be able to accurately detect the threat so you can contain and neutralize it. This is not an easy task when you are dealing with sophisticated malware that can be extremely stealthy and capable of morphing from a benign to a malicious state after crossing the point of entry. Cisco XDR will be able to flag offending files such as mail attachments as the first sign of malicious behavior. If a file is initially deemed safe, but after a few weeks begins to exhibit ransomware activity, Cisco XDR will detect the file and start the process of evaluation and analysis while alerting your organization to act. Cisco XDR uses multiple approaches to detect threats from IOCs that are exposing known threats to machine learning algorithms that help detect never-seen-before threats at the point of entry. Cisco XDR also supports advanced queries across all endpoints, email, cloud and network security controls, and continuously monitors all activity to detect stealthy malware and create high-fidelity alerts. These alerts are automatically enriched using insights from multiple data sources and mapping the observed behaviors to mirror attack TTPs, so your security team can quickly prioritize and take immediate informed response actions to address threats based on their observed behavior and potential impact. Last but not least, an XDR solution without threat intelligence would not provide adequate protection. Cisco XDR leverages multiple protection engines powered by Cisco Talos Threat Intelligence to detect and block threats before even a compromise occurs. Let's talk about a containment stage. This is a top priority step during major incidents. Preventing further damage and reducing the immediate impact of a threat would be the main goal. As recommended by NIST, containment is important before an incident overwhelms resources or increases damage. Most incidents require containment, so that is an important consideration early in the course of handling each incident. Containment provides time for developing a tailored remediation strategy. An essential part of containment is decision making. For example, shut down a system, disconnect it from a network, disable certain functions. Such decisions are much easier to make if there are predetermined strategies and procedures for containing the incident. Organizations should define acceptable risks in dealing with incidents and developing strategies accordingly. With Cisco XDR, the security analyst has a set of actions that can be promptly started once the incident is declared. But not only that, Cisco XDR can trigger automated containment actions with no need of human intervention to free up resources in the SOC. During stage 4, after the initial containment is done, eradication and recovery would be the next steps. The most obvious component of any XDR needs to be its ability to eliminate a threat. Detecting, containing, and investigating a threat is a great start, but if you cannot eliminate it, then you just continue knowing your environment has been compromised. The goal of this phase is to allow the return of normal operations by eliminating artifacts of the incident, such as remove malicious code, reimage infected systems, recover network connections, and mitigating unexpected vulnerabilities. To properly eliminate threats, XDR solutions need comprehensive visibility to answer such questions as: where did the threat originate? What different data and applications did this threat interact with? Has the threat replicated? Visibility is crucial for elimination, as we previously discussed. For instance, being able to see the entire timeline of a file or fileless attack is key. It is not as simple as removing a file you have observed. When you eliminate the threat, you likely may need to automatically remediate multiple parts of the network as well. For this reason, Cisco XDR provides actionable data on the lifespan of the threat, and this data can be used to remediate systems to their state prior to infection. Now, let's cover the last stage of a solid incident management program, the post-incident analysis. 3 top tasks that apply to this last phase are: document the incident and ensure root cause has been eliminated or mitigated, address vulnerabilities and infrastructure problems, review and update roles, responsibilities, interfaces, and authority of security team members. XDR solutions need to provide comprehensive visibility, including all taken actions during each phase of the incident management cycle. Cisco XDR provides advanced visibility and security capabilities such as process execution charts, events timeline, detections from sources such as email, endpoint, cloud, network telemetry, revealing the presence of a sophisticated threat such as zero-day malware within your environment. That should certainly help security teams to expose the root cause of an incident and prevent that it occurs again in the future. Let's summarize what we just covered. Incident management programs are essential for minimize downtime during a security incident while reducing potential financial losses from unplanned disruptions. Maintain customer trust, fostering continuous improvement and ensuring business continuity. A streamlined program provides a structured framework to effectively respond to and manage incidents, enabling organizations to mitigate risks and maintain security resilience. Cisco XDR provides visibility and security across all stages of your incident management program, from preparation, detection and analysis, containment, eradication and recovery, and post-incident analysis phases. Cisco XDR helps you to act faster on what truly matters, elevating the productivity of your security staff with a collaborative approach, building security resilience without sacrificing your current security investments. Thank you for attending this session.
Okay, and we've got a poll up here just about additional information that you'd like about the Cisco solution. And so those are all the usual options. And Javier, are you ready for some questions?
Yes, I am.
All right, super. The first one, we got one from Brian who's asking, does Cisco XDR cover servers and workstations?
Yeah, the answer for that one would be the Cisco covers. We have a set of products that cover comprehensively all different security places in the network and in your environment. So to answer this question accurately, the answer is yes. We have secure endpoint protection, and we also have different ways to approach it. We can also use security network controls just to verify the traffic, inspect traffic laterally, and defend against lateral movement on servers and endpoints.
Okay.
Okay.
Super. Yeah. Hey, we had another question. It's more basic. They're asking, what is XDR and how does it differ from other security solutions? I wonder if you could take a step back and sort of address that.
Sure. So XDR stands for Extended Detection and Response. It is a security solution that provides advanced threat detection and response capabilities across multiple endpoints and email, networks, and cloud environments. So in other words, it extends visibility across all security controls, across all this telemetry, just to surface threats that are happening in our environment.
Okay. All right, super. There's a question here from Matt who's wondering if XDR would fill the gap of change detection mechanism that monitors files such as system executables, application executables, and other things like that.
That's a great question. Definitely, XDR is not replacing all these file management security solutions, nor or endpoint security. So basically, this platform of XDR, it ingests data from all these detections. So that means we can live with or coexist with security controls for file management, for access management, also for endpoint security, combine all of them and surface all these threats. So the reality is the refinement of detections is based on the security control that we have in place, and all this information is ingested into the platform. So it doesn't replace, it doesn't remove the need of an endpoint security solution or file management solution at all.
Okay. All right. Yeah. Hey, a question from Holden, who's wondering if you can share any insights into Cisco's roadmap for future product enhancements and innovations. So, are there any upcoming features that are on the sort of the public roadmap at this point?
Yeah, definitely. There are a few things that are coming up. One is probably one of the major things that we're working with is the integration with different partners, technology partners. That means we are, of course, we consume, we ingest, we integrate with our Cisco technology for different security controls on endpoint level, email, cloud, network. But we are also growing on this list. So we are working with leaders on the market for endpoint detection or for other network security controls for cloud. So this list is expected to grow in the near future. We are also working in this direction of artificial intelligence and machine learning, just to incorporate it and facilitate the life of a security analyst. So that means we're trying to get smarter these playbooks and the way that we solve problems in a security operations center, assisted by artificial intelligence algorithms. So those are going to be probably the most two major highlights that are coming up in the near future.
Exciting. Thanks. I think we can probably leave it there, but just, if somebody wants to get started with Cisco's XDR, what do you recommend?
Yeah, definitely. The first thing that is important to consider with XDR is identify what are how secure you feel about your different entry points in your environment. So that means entry points could be endpoint security, could be email, could be network or on the cloud. So when that we have this type of initial visibility, we need to start identifying the use cases and invest in the technology that we want to reinforce. Of course, it's not the same to have a use case for a financial institution than a healthcare. So these type of use cases are going to drive the starting point for adoption of technologies on Cisco portfolio. So that probably would be a very generic about answer that can be adjusted to different verticals. Mm-hmm.
Okay. Excellent. Well, Javier, thank you so much for coming on and bringing us up to speed on Cisco in the XDR product. Appreciate it.
Sure. Thank you very much for inviting me.
Okay, and just a quick note too, if you want to download Javier's presentation, it is available there in the handout section. So in addition to all the resources that everybody selected from the poll, you can also grab that deck. All right, and it's time for our next prize drawing. The winner of this $300 Amazon gift card is Divyang Patel from Oklahoma. So congratulations to Divyang Patel. We'll be in touch about claiming your prize. All right, and with that, it is now time for our next presentation in the virtual summit on data security and ransomware. And this session comes from KnowBe4. Presenting for KnowBe4 is Roger Grimes, data-driven defense evangelist. I'm going to turn things over to the always entertaining Roger.
For my Hacking the Hacker, assessing and addressing your organization's cyber defense weaknesses, and I'm hoping to show you how to do that by showing you a little bit how hackers hack and then how you can use that knowledge to help defend against them. I'm Roger Grimes. If you haven't met me before, I've been doing computer security for 34 years. I've written 13 books and over 1,200 magazine articles on computer security. There's some of my books. I'll be covering some of the stuff that I wrote in some of those books here today. It's going to be fast-filled paced. I work for KnowBe4. We're the world's largest security awareness training and simulated phishing platform vendor, which means we try to help you and your coworkers not to get phished. And that's very important because it's the #1 way that hackers and malware hack you. And we'll talk all about that today. We're going to talk about how hackers gather information on you and your organization, And really, again, kind of just show you how hackers hack, the different ways that they hack, and then how you can best defend yourself in your organization. Many times one of the most frequent questions I get is, well, why did they hack me? And it's usually one of two reasons: that either your company was a victim of opportunity, random target. Hackers are sending out tens of millions of emails every day. They're compromising millions of websites. And on this particular day, you or somebody in your company was just unlucky enough to get tricked, social engineered, and clicking on something or to revealing some information. And that's how they hacked you. That's how most people get hacked. But it also can be because somebody, a human hacker, decided to target you. That does happen, happens more today than it used to happen, but maybe is to the tune of many tens of thousands of years. And victim of opportunity attacks are millions of times a day, far more common. But regardless of how you get hacked, whether it's a victim of opportunity random attack or a human-directed adversary, you defend against both those types of attacks the same way. In general, the hacker methodology, the hacker attack chain, the steps are, if they do all of the steps, is that they will do reconnaissance on you or your organization, trying to learn about it and looking for some type of plan of attack, and eventually decide, hey, I'm going to try to attack this company, this organization this way. They will gain initial access. We'll talk about the different methods they can use for that. And then they'll expand, explore, and exploit further and decide what they want to do next. And eventually they're going to execute their goal, whatever it was, ransomware or stealing money or something like that. And certainly not all hackers do all steps, but if they do all the steps, this is kind of the hacker methodology that they will use. And again, usually it's also one of three ways that it occurs. It can be, a lot of times it's because of automated malware that you got tricked into running a Trojan horse program, or it was a computer worm or a virus or something like that. Again, it can also be because of a human adversary, but these days, more often than not, it was the initial access, the initial compromise happened because of some malware, with an email phishing attack or something. And then that malware, we say, dials home and lets the hacker know that they've compromised this particular environment, and then the hacker comes in and takes over. That's how most hacking happens today. It's kind of a hybrid combination of both. It's very much like what I'm getting ready to show you. The typical attacker workflow is that somebody's connected to the internet. They usually get tricked into executing what we call a stager Trojan horse program that then modifies their device so it can live through a reboot. Typically then it will collect passwords that it can find on that device, and then it will contact its command and control servers over the internet. And those servers, the hackers will monitor those command and control servers and get a list of all the different things, all the different compromised victims, and the hacker can tell the malware program what to do. Typically, the malware will download other malware programs, tell it to spread in different places around the organization, steal passwords, as many passwords as they can get. The malware update itself so it stays ahead of the antivirus program so that they're not, scannable. Eventually, the hacker will log into the command and control servers, and they get a list of all the new compromised victims, usually by network name, IP address, and host name. So usually from those three pieces of information, the hacker can kind of figure out what type of company or organization that they've broken into this time. And then the hacker logs in remotely to the target and starts to, usually they upload scripts and they start doing things like eavesdropping on email, installing other malicious scripts and programs, and kind of deciding what they want to do to that particular company. Many times they're in the company for many weeks to months, called dwell time, all without being detected. The hackers come in, analyze, assess the target, and then steal whatever they want, emails or data or passwords or whatever it is. And then if they're ransomware, maybe they implement some ransomware program. But that, how I described it today, this typical attacker workflow, again, is probably how 86 to 90% of all attacker malware combinations work today. It's this combination of initial access gained through some type of Trojan horse program, or maybe because the person has unpatched software and has a vulnerability they haven't patched, or it could be because the attacker knows their password. One of those three ways, the most common ways that they get in. Although by far, since the beginning of the computers, the two most likely ways that hackers and malware get in are social engineering and unpatched software. Social engineering is involved in about 70 to 90% of all successful malicious data breaches. Unpatched software is involved in about 20 to 40%. And then there's usually a third thing. Social engineering and unpatched software have been the number one, number two ways that hackers and malware break in for the entirety of computers. The third thing kind of changes. These days, it's password attacks, where the attacker either knows your password, has socially engineered your password, or they can guess at your password. Those two or three things altogether account for 90 to 99% of all hacks. Everything else you can think of altogether only account for 1 to 9%, 1 to 10% of attacks in the average organization. It really is. If you want to stop hackers and malware, you better stop social engineering and patch your software and take care of your password issues. And we'll talk more about that at the end. But if you're going to defend yourself against hackers and malware, you need to first think like a hacker. So we're going to kind of cover it both ways and give you a couple of examples of what hackers do. But again, typically, if it's going to be this human adversary, hacker that's trying to break into you or your organization, they're going to try to gather as much information on the intended target as possible, typically using what's called open source intelligence, or OSINT. They're going to try to find out what information they can find using Google and things like that. They're going to try to enumerate, what company assets you have, what networks you're using, what types of devices, what type of operating systems, usernames, email addresses, any trusted third-party relationships, anything they can use to try to break into you, they will. And again, they many times will use what's called open source intelligence. There's hundreds of these open source intelligence tools out there anybody can download. You can even go to a GitHub website called Awesome OSINT and see them all. And I recommend that you download a few, try to see how much, and try to see if you can find out how much information about your company or organization is on the internet. Because let me tell you, there's a ton of stuff you can use, and at least you should understand what's out there on the internet about you and your organization. You shouldn't just let hackers be the only one that's trying to see what's out there. If you're lucky, sometimes you can get some of it erased, but here's an example, another awesome OSINT site called Awesome Hacker Search Engines, and it just has a list of like 100 different search engines, to download exploits, to break into people's companies, or to find people's email addresses. I use a lot of those actually when I want to contact company CEOs. Sometimes I want to write a letter and tell them, a complaint or something, and they never tell you what the CEO's email address is. So I go find it using open source intelligence tools. A really common open source intelligence tool that hackers can use to find information about your company is called ReconNG. It's, again, a free downloadable tool off of GitHub and other places. But essentially, you just literally put in the company's domain name that you want to investigate, like knowbefore.com. And then there's all kinds of, in this case, this picture shows you 81 recon modules, reconnaissance modules. And you can look up things like email addresses, login names, passwords. That's a tool that a lot of hackers use. And again, I think everybody should run in that against their own company's domain to see what you find. Another common OSINT tool that hackers like to do is called the Harvester, and it gathers things like emails, email addresses, device names, operating systems, open ports and banners, anything that will give you a lot of information as a hacker you can use against the company. Really popular tool is Nmap, Network Mapper. It's been around for at least 2 decades. And a hacker or anybody can run this against somebody's domain, and it will tell you all the different, not only open ports that might be accessible from the internet, but more importantly, tell you the operating systems involved or the applications involved and the versions. The version numbers are very important because that will tell you whether or not the person has it patched. And let me say, in my 34 years doing security and looking at millions of devices, I've never found a fully patched anything in my life. Nmap is one of the things that tells me, that I have found unpatched stuff. There's even a lot of special hacking tools, like in this case, I'm showing you Nick2, that literally you fire that off against a website, and it will tell you all the possible exploits and vulnerabilities that are in a website, tell you what type of website it is, what version it is, and tell you exactly what you can exploit. And there's hacker tools for websites and databases and email engines and so on and so on. Cisco routers, you name it, somebody's built a hacking tool that will tell you how to hack it. And here's an example of like Nick2 on the screen here that's finding a vulnerability, a PHP vulnerability in somebody's database. And it's kind of interesting. They're saying that this suggests the host is vulnerable to the XST vulnerability because of some problem that they had with configuring PHP. And again, you don't have to be a hacker genius. They're telling you exactly the problem they found, and then all you have to do is exploit that. You can even look on the internet. If somebody has something that's publicly accessible from the internet, you can rent a service, buy a service, subscribe to a service like Shodan, that literally you put in a vulnerability like, oh, you have this particular vulnerability that you have or know about or can exploit, and Shodan will tell you all the publicly accessible sites in the world that have servers that are vulnerable to, like in this particular example, somebody was searching for a vulnerability for what's called Big IP. Big IP is a type of network equipment, what was called an open redirect on Big IP. And you can see there's some company names right there. There's IP addresses and company names. And if you're an attacker, you can start to take advantage of those vulnerabilities right away. And this used to be a free, Shodan used to be a free service. Now you got to pay a subscription fee, but it really isn't a whole lot. And again, it lets you find vulnerabilities all around. Here's another one where they're finding another common vulnerability, what's called common vulnerability exposure from 2014. So this is, and that secondary example, it's a vulnerability since 2014, and there's over 100,000 people that are still exploitable using that particular vulnerability, the Heartbleed vulnerability. You would think that Heartbleed would be closed by now since it's been over 6-7 years, but nope, there's plenty of it out there that anybody, good or bad intended, can take advantage of. Hackers will also look for unprotected online portals where they can do password guessing against. A lot of times it's email portals, but it could be VPN portals. But basically, if they're going to try to guess login names and passwords, they need to find one that's unprotected, that's not protected by MFA, that they can guess against. And you can do what's called Google hacking. Like in this example, I want to find out if there are any websites locatable on the internet that used Active Directory federated services. And that's because Active Directory federated services oftentimes is an older product. It's usually not patched, and it's not usually well monitored. And when I did this search, you can look at the bottom of the screen, I found Tesla. So Tesla, if I was a Tesla employee and I went to log on in, Tesla requires multi-factor authentication to log into the Tesla corporate account. But I found an API, an ADFS API that was unprotected on Tesla that, if I was a hacker, I could start to take advantage of. So they call that Google hacking, where you just can go search and try to find things and unpatched software and vulnerabilities just by doing a little bit of Googling. But typically the hacker is going to try to find some exploitable, unpatched thing, like, oh, they're using, Internet Information Server, version 7, it's unpatched. Well, there's literally dozens to hundreds of websites that have exploitation databases like exploit-db. It contains over 44,500 exploits. That you can just say, oh, I need a Microsoft exploit, I need a Windows exploit, I need an Apache exploit, I need an Apple exploit. You can literally just go look in these databases, then download these vulnerabilities. Sometimes you have to compile them, sometimes you run them in a scripting image like Python script that then attacks the thing that you've identified using those other tools I talked about the different vulnerable services. So that is a really, really common way that you can be compromised, which is, again, someone, a hacker looking for, identifying some unpatched vulnerability or service, running tools identifying that, downloading the exploit, and then running it against the thing. But probably the most common way is using social engineering. We talked about, remember, social engineering, unpatched software, number one. Number two way to compromise somebody. Even if you're using what's called multi-factor authentication, a lot of people get told, oh, use MFA, it stops 99% of attacks. That is not true, has never been true. But here's a really common multi-factor bypass hack that uses social engineering, and it works against probably 90-95% of all multi-factor authentication out there. But it begins with a hacker sends a phishing email to a potential victim, and that email looks like it's coming from a legitimate service, Microsoft or Google or LinkedIn or something like that. And if the user doesn't realize that the link that it contains is rogue, is bad, and they click on it, what happens is that instead of it connecting them directly to what they thought they were going to, the legitimate website, it connects them to what's called a man-in-the-middle rogue transparent proxy website, which is a hacker website that then connects them to the victim to what they thought they were going to in the first place. But then there's this man-in-the-middle website so that everything that the victim types in, their login name, their password, an MFA code or something like that, can be taken by the hacker and used against the victim. And anything the website sends back to the victim can be captured by the hacker. If you ever successfully log onto a website, you're always going to be sent back what's called an access control token cookie, which is kind of like, hey, you've logged in, here you are, this is your identity, this is your driver's license, you can be on this website. But the hacker can get that and then use it against the person. So they'll actually capture that access control token cookie, disconnect the victim, and then log in as the victim. And I'm going to show you a video that does that right now. I forget whether it's me or Kevin Mitnick's voice in this video, but Kevin's going to show you how to do a man-in-the-middle website that bypasses multi-factor authentication. So stand by for just a second. So here we are on an inbox, a regular looking inbox, and one of those emails has a phishing email. Kevin's going to click on it. It looks like just a normal email from somebody saying, hey, let's connect on LinkedIn. But this is a phishing email, and if the victim was looking at the URL, they'd see that it's LLinked.com, not LinkedIn.com. But a lot of people would miss that, think it was from LinkedIn, and then clicked on the button. When they clicked on the button, if they didn't realize it was taken them to the wrong place, if you look up in the top hand side there, it's LLinked, not LinkedIn. But really what this is a man-in-the-middle website that's capturing when the victim types in their login name and password. And even LinkedIn is going to prompt the victim to input their MFA credentials after they put in their login name and password. But really what the victim is connected to is a man-in-the-middle website that is capturing all that information, the login name, the password, and the multi-factor authentication code that they type on in here. So the person gets sent the code, they type it in, they think they're putting it to the real website, but really it's a fake website that's capturing it. And if you look behind the scenes there, the hacker, using their hacking tool behind the scenes, has captured the login name and password. The victim is actually in on the real website right now. It has passed them through to the real website. But this is what the hacker captures. You can see email address, password, and what's called the access control token cookie. They could have, if they wanted to, captured that 4 or 6-digit code that they typed on in, but they really, in this particular case, don't even need it because they have the website's cookie. Every time someone logs in successfully, whether it includes MFA or not, the website will send back a cookie that basically says, hey, you've been approved, you authenticated. The hacker can capture that and then paste it into their browser. So here is an example. Kevin is going into his browser, going to the LinkedIn real website. He's not even going to try to log in as the user with their login name and password. He's simply going to inject the stolen cookie into his browser session. He's doing it right here. He's going to open up the admin console, the developer console, copy that stolen cookie into his browser, and simply refresh his browser, and he will be logged in as the victim. And there is the attacker on the real website and as the victim. And this sort of attack would work against probably 90-95% of multi-factor authentication today. So pretty wild if you've never seen that before. And what I say in general, the defense is try to avoid any MFA solution that can be easily socially engineered or man-in-the-middle around using a man-in-the-middle website. Unfortunately, probably 90-95% of MFA that people use are susceptible to that man-in-the-middle attack. What I try to tell people is that whatever MFA that you're using, you should educate your users about what the MFA does, how it works, what it can't do, what it can't protect against. And probably the most important part is the common possible attacks for that type of MFA and how to recognize them and avoid them. Like in this particular example in the past, you could just tell the end user, hey, just be aware that it's common for scammers to send you phishing emails that have fake links and you think you're going to the right place, but it isn't. So you have to pay attention and hover over the URL before you click on it and make sure you're going to the right place. That would help prevent those sort of attacks. And you should do that for whatever MFA solution you have, which is educate people, again, about the types of attacks and how to avoid them. So I've talked about how hackers hack you, the social engineering and looking for vulnerabilities that are unpatched and that sort of stuff. So how do you defend yourself? Well, here you go. And if you're falling asleep, pay attention here because this is the best advice you'll ever receive. Number one, do everything you can not to be tricked by social engineering, whatever it takes. Remember, 70 to 90% of all successful attacks involve social engineering, and anything you can do using policies and technical defenses and education to stop people from being fooled by social engineering is the best thing you can do. Also, patch your internet accessible software. 20 to 40% of all attacks involve unpatched software that the hacker then takes advantage of using some of the methods I showed you today. So make sure you patch your software, and especially anything that's on the CISA, the Cyber Security and Infrastructure Security Agency, CISA.gov. They keep something called the Known Exploited Vulnerabilities Catalog. Any vulnerability on that catalog is something that real-world attackers are using against real-world companies. Out of, there's a whole bunch of patches every year. Like last year, there's over 20,000 things that had to be patched. CISA has said that less than 4% of all those patches are ever used by any real-world attacker against any real-world target. And CISA has a list. You can subscribe to it, and they'll tell you what is being attacked by real-world hackers. And if you have software or firmware that's on that list, make sure you get it patched. Also think you need to use phishing-resistant multi-factor authentication wherever you can to protect valuable data and systems. And again, if you don't know what I mean by phishable and non-phishable, it was talking about using MFA that is not susceptible to man-in-the-middle attacks. And a lot of people say, well, what isn't? Well, I got a list. If you go to my LinkedIn list here of known good MFA, I will tell you exactly what MFA is phishing resistant, and you should use phishing resistant MFA whenever you can to protect yourselves. You're not going to be able to use MFA everywhere. You're going to have to use passwords, and wherever you use passwords, you should use really good passwords. A really good password is a 12-character fully random password, which is unguessable, uncrackable by any known adversary we know. If you create your own password, unfortunately, you're going to have to create a 20-character or longer passphrase or something like that. I have friends that routinely break 18-character passwords all the time for a living. They're not even, they're not as powerful as the nation state. So I really recommend that you use a password manager, because password managers create really long and random passwords that are different for every website and service. So I think you should use a password manager. But even if you don't, your password should be really difficult to guess at or to crack if they've got the password hash. And 12-character fully random or a 20-character human created one. You should also teach yourself, your coworkers, and your family and friends how to spot rogue URLs. Most social engineering attacks include these rogue URLs. And so you should teach yourself. I got some links there. I got a 1-hour webinar there that you can go watch if you want to see like 55 examples of rogue URLs and how you should have known they were rogue. And also got some article and graphics that you can download to teach yourself and other people about how to recognize rogue URLs. Really, of course, you should do everything you can to prevent phishing. I have a 1-hour webinar. If you want to see me talk about everything in my head, it's got 99 slides that how you can defeat phishing. There you go. This 1-hour webinar. If you don't want to be bored with me for an hour, you can read it. I've created basically the same content, everything I can think of to stop phishing in ebook format. I think it's like 46 pages long or something like that. Choose your poison, but both of these cover every policy, technical defense, and best practice education thing that you should do to try to stop phishing, which is really important because phishing is involved in 70 to 90% of all successful attacks. And know before, we're very big believers in training and testing people to make them less likely to click on a fish, what we call fish prone. We know for sure that if you train your people, you should give everybody good cybersecurity training when they get hired, and at least once a year thereafter. Everybody should get this longer cybersecurity training, maybe 15, 30, 45 minutes, an hour, at least once a year. And then every month thereafter, they should have shorter training, 1, 2, 3, 5 minutes of training. And you should at least monthly do simulated phishing where you test how well they understood what you trained them. And if people failed at simulated phishing, they should get more training until they stop failing your simulated phishing test so much. Our customers that do that, the average person that comes to us, the number of employees that will click on a phishing email, any phishing email, is around a third. And after you do what we talked about, which is training in simulated phishing at least once a month and this longer thing annually, all of our customers get it down to around 5% within a year. And since that's the number one way that you can be hacked, there's nothing you can do better. Thanks for putting up with me for the last 25 minutes. My name's Roger Grimes. If you have any questions, feel free to email me at rogerg@knowbefore.com, and I'll answer any emails you send my way. And you can also follow me on LinkedIn and Twitter. And with that, thanks, and continue to fight the good fight.
All right. Great stuff as always from Roger. So many sort of eye-opening attacks in there. I love Roger's examples from the real world, like that Google of that turned up an ADFS login at Tesla, and it was really interesting to hear him narrate Kevin's attack there in the demo as well. Well, we do have the poll here for you for any additional information that you'd like about the Know Before solution. As usual, the options here are things like data sheets, technical white papers, customer case studies, pricing details, personal demos. If you'd like to try it for yourself, there's also a spot to mark if you're already a customer or nothing at this time. I know it gets repetitive toward the end of the day as far as answering the survey polls. In a big event like this one, just make a couple of clicks. We really appreciate it, and of course it's to your benefit to get these materials. And of course you can multi-select, pick as many items as you'd like to receive, or as many types of resources as are helpful. It's also the point where I want to mention that we do have that handout section. Each session has a handout in it. There's one for Know Before that links to a page where you can see information about real-time coaching in response to security training, Forrester reports, just all kinds of resources on this Know Before page. So I highly recommend, if you were interested in what Roger had to say about Know Before and phishing training, you can find out a lot more there at that Know Before link. All right, well, I'm going to leave this poll up for just a few more moments. See, a lot of people have filled it out already. Really appreciate that. Those of you who filled it out, and everybody else, I'm going to give you a 3 count before I close down this poll. So mark down anything you want. And this poll is closing in 3, 2, 1. All right. Thanks everybody who filled that out. And it's time for our next prize drawing. The winner of the $300 Amazon gift card. This one is Ted Henry from Idaho. So congratulations to Ted. And we have another grand prize drawing coming up right now. So this one is for 2 sets of Apple AirPod Max headphones. These things look really cool. I wish I was eligible for these, but I am not. I've got to go buy them on my own if I want them. So we've got 2 winners for these, and our winners are Kevin Wyatt Jr. from Virginia and Scott Southard from Illinois. So congratulations to Ted Henry on the gift card, and to Kevin Wyatt Jr. and to Scott Southard on winning the grand prize, this time the Apple AirPods, their AirPod Max headphones. Okay, well, let's keep it rolling here in our Data Security Summit. So this next session comes from 1111 Systems, and we've got a Senior Vice President for Customer Experience to talk to us, Kaushik Ray. So I'm going to turn things over to him.
Hello, everybody. Welcome to this webinar, and thanks for having me and spending the time to talk about ransomware threats. So today's topic is overcoming ransomware threats, and that's we'll go through some of the concepts of how you can prevent and then basically recover, based on robust data protection and recovery strategies. So a little bit about myself. So I'm the Senior Vice President of Customer Experience within 1111 Systems. So one might wonder, what has customer experience got to do with ransomware? Well, prior to this, I spent over a decade running recovery services business unit for SunGuard availability services. And that's how we came into 1111 Systems. So very intimately familiar with disaster recovery, and then for the last 4 or 5 years, we have seen a sharp increase in our customers declaring disasters, but because of ransomware attacks. And we continue to see that increasing trend. Like last year, based upon reports that you all have access to on the web, you'll see that cyber attacks increased by 42%. The cost of a breach has increased, gone up, average cost being $4.5 million. Pretty much every type of business and size of business have gone through some kind of a ransomware attack in the last year or plus. And some of them, unfortunately, have gone through multiple attacks. We have seen this trend where if the attacker or the ransomware hacker, they realize that there is a vulnerability and that vulnerability has not been addressed, believe it or not, they try to exploit it again. And half of that same set of customers have experienced more than 2 attacks. So yeah, needless to say, all sorts of, you can look at different kinds of facts, but it basically underscores one thing, which is ransomware attacks, cybersecurity threats is on the rise. It's top of mind for everybody out there. And I guess that's why we're spending time today to talk about this. So what are some of the key concepts that we are going to explore today? It needs to start with understanding how to balance preventive and reactive controls when it comes to addressing cybersecurity threats. And very soon we'll talk about what does that mean. Cyber recovery is not the same as disaster recovery. Yes, it is true that most of the times the business continuity and disaster recovery folks within an organization actually get entrusted with also securing the enterprise from a cyber attack and recovering from it. And we've seen different kinds of models. We have seen the security office, information security office doing this. We have seen the risk and resiliency office doing this. We've looked at business continuity office doing it. The key is, everybody needs to work together to safeguard oneself from cybersecurity attack. But there is definitely big differences between DR and cyber recovery. Then we'll look into concepts of vital data assets and why understanding that is critical to protecting oneself from cyber attacks or recovering from cyber attacks, leading to what we feel is needed to be ready for cyber recovery. And last but not the least, a little bit about how we, 1111 Systems, can help reduce the risk, and that's threatening most of the businesses out there in the face of ransomware, and how we can help you recover from it. So without further ado, let's talk about balancing preventive and reactive risk controls. Now, preventive risk controls is something that the world has known for a while when it comes to cyber, and I call that cyber security, right? So that means these are things like firewalls, encryption, MFA, multi-factor authentication, detecting anomalies in the environment, which essentially means detecting if the ransomware has managed to slip into an environment. These are all the security stuff that we have been hearing about, the solutions like EDR, MDR, XDR, SIM, security incident event management, all those concepts that have been around primarily from an InfoSec standpoint, things like red team and blue team and purple team, all those concepts is what I look at as preventive risk controls. And they've been around for a while, and most of the people have focused on it, understand it. There's a lot of material in the marketplace around that. But if you just focused on that and did not look at the reactive risk controls, whereby you can actually not only try to prevent an attack using the preventive risk controls, but then if attacked, you know how to recover from it. What does a cyber recovery threat or ransomware go after? It's data that they're going after, right? They're trying to hold data hostage. So how can you put together a modern data protection solution that's not just used for the typical backup use case of before, but really gives you things like immutability, warm storage, write once, read multiple storage, those kind of things, so that when you're attacked, when your data is compromised, you can get back on your feet as soon as possible, right? You can bring your businesses back online, right? So these includes concepts like I said, modern data protection, but then also pre-established off-network clean rooms, areas where you can actually recover from that compromised data set. Plans, not just your DR plans, because that actually will not work in case of cyber attack. You need specific compromised data recovery plans. And then your cyber recovery exercise. You know, everybody does disaster recovery drills. Some do desktop disaster recovery drills. But you got to do something which is specific to cyber recovery or ransomware attacks. So those are the reactive controls. And if you just looked at the left of the screen or just looked at the right of the screen, it's not going to work. You got to have both, and you need to balance both, right? What we're finding is people know about the left-hand side, haven't focused on the right-hand side, the reactive risk controls, and that's why I'm focusing so much on that. So I said DR and cyber recovery is different. How so? Well, we all know the triggers are different. In a disaster, could be fire, flood, power loss, etc. The rat ate the cable, and no, that's not a made-up scenario. We have seen situations where literally that has happened and caused disasters for our customers. Cyber is ransomware, malware, could be introduced by a rogue employee. But the key thing is, when it comes to DR, we are all quite comfortable in designing solutions around RTOs and RPOs, right? How fast do we need to get back on our feet? How much data loss can we afford to have, right? And we're always looking at recovering from the last backed up data, the last replica, the most current one. That's the world of DR. If planned right, it's kind of predictable. You know, if you've exercised it right, you know what you should be able to expect. Things surely go bump in the night, even in case of DR, but it can be planned better, and you can actually create technology solutions that will give you R2 and RPO. Well, guess what? In case of cyber, most of the time that goes out the window. 67% of the time, the malware is sleeping in your environment. The so-called dwell time is 90 days or more. That means your desire to have loss of data worth of, like, say, 15 minutes or an hour or 8 hours, maybe even 24 hours or 48 hours, that's no longer applicable. Your data might be compromised for a month or even 3 months, right? So RPOs are something that really becomes questionable. RTOs for sure are gone. I'm yet to find a situation, and we handle a lot of cyber attacks for our customers where, you know, things come back after a cyber attack in 4 hours or 8 hours. Why? Because you have to do it iteratively. You have to figure out, you have to step through everything. You can't just hit a button and boom comes up your applications, because you don't know where the malware is infecting your system. Is it in the data? Is it in the executable? Where in time is it? It doesn't infect all data the same exact way, same exact time. So very different concepts, and therefore has to be prepped very differently. So let's start with talking about vital data assets. When you think about disaster recovery, you look at protecting your infrastructure, backing up your VMs, your physical data sets, your physical compute and the workloads. You're talking about all those kind of things, because it's a situation like a power loss, or you caused by a hurricane or a flood or any of those kind of situations. Well, ransomware is all about an attacker identifying data assets that you have that will cause harm to you if they were exposed, if they were compromised, if they were locked up or unavailable. So they're really going after your data. What could this be? Let's say you're a healthcare company and they go after your patient health records. That's going to be exceptionally damaging for you. So let's say you are running a retail, online or otherwise environment. If they lock up your customer order details and you're not able to fulfill your customer orders, that's going to be a problem. If they lock up your warehouse inventory, right, you will come to a screeching halt because you can't operate your business. right? If it is sensitive data, or it is data that is proprietary to your organization that you don't want to be in the hands of others. For example, for us, if you think about it, if they locked up our, say, ticket information, as long as in our, service provider world, the ticket does not have proprietary information of our customers, it's not, yes, it'll bring our businesses to a halt, right? We need to protect it so that we can come from it. But if it was, locked up by a ransomware attack, right? Is that damaging? Is it that really vital that they can, ask for a ransom because they got our ticket information? Probably not as much as, let's say, they exposed our book of business, or they exposed our pricing catalog. If they exposed, our secret sauce in terms of proprietary solutions and how we do orchestration and automation and stuff like that. So some data which might be critical from, say, business operations point of view, DR point of view, might not be as much critical as something else, that might be more valuable for an attacker or ransomware to come and attach itself to. So it's very important to understand vital data assets. Why? Why can't you protect everything the same exact way? Well, you've all probably heard of the cyber recovery or cybersecurity zip code 32110. 3 copies of data on 2 different mediums, one online, one offsite, and completely immutable. Well, to deploy that kind of data protection strategy for all of your data sets, it is going to be very costly. It's going to be very expensive. And most of the time we find out enterprises doesn't have that kind of money to go ahead and protect everything the same exact way. So you need to identify what those vital data assets are, and then create a data protection strategy around that. So then what do you need to be cyber recovery ready? As I said, starts with identifying vital data assets. Once you do that, you can come up with a strategy on how you're going to protect it. It's not going to be the same way that you protected data just for doing a backup recovery from backup in case your file system got corrupted. That's, I'm not suggesting that you would have to use a different tool set necessarily. Some of the same tools handles both the scenarios, but you got to make sure that you're making a conscious decision on using your data protection solution so that it gives you the kind of data protection you need, such as, immutability, warm storage, multi-factor authentication, role-based access control, air gapping. All those kind of features has to be there. Then you need to have reliable recovery strategies. What do I mean by that? Reliable recovery strategies means it starts with something as basic as, if you're under attack from a ransomware, where will you go and recover to? Think of a clean room, an environment that is completely network isolated, because the last thing you want to do is try to recover from a point in time that still has the malware, and you're connected from a network standpoint, because now that malware will escape into other parts of your network. So you need to have an off-network, isolated, clean infrastructure environment where you can reliably recover to. And you need to have a strategy around it. You need to have plans around it, right? Basically, this means that you need to be able to think of how you're going to step through the recovery. Like I said, it's not going to be a push button. So you might recover a particular data set, evaluate it. Your forensics team will go and evaluate it, whether it's clean or not. And then from there, if it is, then you introduce something else, the next level, right? Which could be starting the application, because just because your data is clean doesn't mean the executables aren't infected. So then you start your application, but still isolated from a network standpoint. And when you bring that application up, you inspect it again for malware, right? And see if it's there or not. If not, now you slowly introduce other network or connected elements within your environment. Very different recovery plan, very different recovery execution. So it's important to have this kind of strategies thought out and isolated systems to recover to. Another thing that I would like to point out when it comes to strategies, again, it is all about recovering from a state of compromised data. You cannot assume that the compromisation, that's not really a word, compromisation, but you can't assume that all of your data sets are compromised the same exact way. Maybe your orders, unfulfilled order information somehow managed to be infected only like, say, a week ago. But let's say your fulfilled order information, those records are infected a month back. So when you roll back, when you're trying to do point-in-time recovery, you might say, you know what, I am okay with rolling back a month for my fulfilled orders, but I need my unfulfilled orders to be just a week old. I don't want to recover everything to a month back. See, that's another key difference with disaster recovery. Disaster recovery, we want to recover everything to the same sync point, right? Because it's all connected and related. But in case of ransomware, you would have to make the conscious decision that I will operate with this kind of different points in time of different data assets. And if you don't plan that from a business continuity standpoint, it'll be exceptionally difficult to do it on the fly, because we are all used to having everything in sync when we do traditional disaster recovery. That's also part of having a reliable recovery strategy from a business point of view. Now, threats are constantly adapting. It's not, just like a DR thing is never, point in time or rather static, it constantly changes. Cyber is even worse because the cyber threats themselves are constantly changing. So you need to keep up with it. You need to make sure you're testing it, right? And just like DR, this is one commonality: testing and lifecycle management and adaptation. Honestly, those three things on the right-hand side is also common for traditional disaster recovery. You have to do that. You need to maintain all of these things on an ongoing basis. So what do you need for being cyber recovery ready? Understanding VDAs, which is clear scope, having modern data protection, which is so that you have clean data or higher chances of clean data, having specific recovery plans for recovery, that's clean recovery, and having a clean environment, right? This all in all together is what I would say will get you to that state of cyber recovery ready. How can we help? Well, I would be amiss in having a cyber recovery webinar and not really leveraging the NIST framework. Everybody who talks cyber gravitates, at least in US, to the NIST framework, right? And that's identify, protect, detect, respond, recover, right? All of those things. In fact, one of the things that I would love to take credit for, even though I don't think that's true, but we have always preached, going back to the previous slide, that you have to take a programmatic view of the things. Like staying ready needs an ongoing program, as the slide says, right? That's governance. In the latest iteration of the NIST framework, they've actually added another point here in the cycle, which is govern, right? And that's exactly what we have been preaching for a while now, which is why I said I would love to take credit for the fact that NIST added that to their framework. But anyway, so we can help with all of the things I talked about: vital data asset identification, modern data protection, leveraging solutions such as Veeam, right? Helping you out with digital forensics and incident response from a planning and advisory point of view, and providing you that critical asset, the clean room, right? The programmatic approach. We have a cyber incident recovery program that specifically targets this, that helps you with things like compromised data recovery planning, right? These are available in the form of assessments, advisory sort of engagements, managed service. The whole thing can be delivered from a managed service point of view, and also professional services. Now, this is all about cyber recovery. The other important thing is cyber resiliency, where you bring in not only all the cyber recovery side, the reactive side of things, but also the preventive side of things. Like I said, you have to balance the two. So we can definitely help you all out with continuous risk scanning, right? Managed firewall, right? SIEM that I talked about, managed security information event management, right? And MDR and XDR, managed endpoint detection and response, all of those additional things. So we really can help our customers be cyber resilient and not just cyber secure or cyber recoverable, but fully both together cyber resilient. So I want to leave you out with this thing. If you would like to learn more about how to improve cyber resiliency with us, please do check out our white paper on this. You can scan the QR code with your phone, smartphones, or you can click on the link, and that will take you there to that playbook that we have created on this. And would love to hear from any of you with any further questions you might have, so that we can help answer. With that, I'll conclude today's webinar. Thanks a lot once again for spending the time with us and hearing our story for how to make you cyber resilient. Thank you.
Okay, and we do have a poll question for you. We appreciate your feedback on additional resources that you'd like to see from 1111 Systems. It was a great presentation from Kaushik Ray on 1111 Systems here. Looks like we had a lot of questions that we can't get to right now, but we'll get to all of them. We'll get all of them to the 1111 Systems team. I'd also like to remind all of you about the handouts. We do have a PDF from 1111, and it's really interesting. So they're offering a data security playbook. That's a comprehensive defense framework to protect your organization and mitigate cyber attacks. And, at 12 pages, it's long enough to sink your teeth into and get some detail out of without being overwhelming. There are some great data points in there, like the shockingly growing number of crime complaints coming into the Internet Crime Complaint Center. And there's some really solid suggestions for integrating NIST cybersecurity framework into your operations. So be sure to check that out if you'd like some more detail. And now it is time for our next prize drawing. We're giving away $300 Amazon gift cards every 30 minutes, of course, and the next gift card goes to Mark Kachansky from Wisconsin. So congratulations to Mark Kachansky. We'll be in touch about claiming your prize. And thanks to everybody who responded to the poll. We do appreciate your feedback, and I'll just leave it up here for another moment, and then we will move on to our next presentation. Okay. So now it's time for our next to last presentation in the Data Protection Virtual Summit. This session comes from Rackspace and VMware. And presenting for Rackspace, I'm delighted to bring on Michael Levy, who's Director of Private Cloud Product Management. Michael, welcome.
Thank you very much. Really appreciate the opportunity. So I'm Michael Levy, Director of Private Cloud Project Management at Rackspace. Today I'm going to talk about best practices for ransomware remediation. So when I discuss this topic, I like to be incredibly honest. I don't think anybody exactly knows the magic recipe. The only thing that's certain right now is that these events are a certainty. They're going to happen. Take it from us. We know that they're going to happen. We've experienced it ourselves firsthand, and we're always taking input from market research analysts. We have thousands of resident engineers at our company, and most importantly, we are listening to the voice of the customer. We're a multi-cloud service provider with about 40 data centers around the world. We cover the full stack from bare metal servers and co-location all the way up through complex private cloud environments. And then we also offer services on top of the hyperscale public clouds, which is a separate business unit. So I'm part of the private cloud business unit, which means that all our services are delivered from our proprietary data centers. So everything I discuss is deployed in facilities we operate and manage, on gear we operate and manage, and then it's handed over to the customer to manage their applications. So synthesizing all the input, especially from the customer, at this current juncture, we believe the best approach to ransomware remediation, and that's opposed to protection. This is not looking for trace signatures and trying to identify ransomware. We see that the umbrella of ransomware readiness has two domains. There's ransomware identification, which is trying to catch it before it happens, and then ransomware remediation, that once there's an incident, how do you seamlessly recover? And, we really need to reconcile some ideas that have been around since the 70s, like air gapping and immutability. We need to reconcile isolation with the need to recover nearly instantly in a cloud-like world. So there have to be some compromises there. We're at a point where we can all come together and redefine the orthodoxy of what is really secure. So as of today, and this can change because this is an ever-evolving landscape, the best practice when it comes to leveraging a managed service provider would be ensuring that you have on the storage level crash-consistent snapshots, and then in the backup sphere having immutable backups. And what we provide are data locks, which are backups with write once, read many capabilities, and then legal holds, which are reactive. And once an incident happens, we are able to ensure that there is worm capability on the specific objects that are consequential when it comes to the succeeding legal event that happens, which often is incredibly messy. And again, another uncharted landscape that is incredibly convoluted and no one knows exactly what to be done. A lot of the laws, especially across jurisdictions, seem to be contradictory. So we are delivering services here that we think can best help our customers navigate all this uncertainty, and then we can be their partner all the way through, the event happening to recovering, and then the legal activity that follows. So I'm going to first discuss Rackspace Data Protection, which is our rather new backup offering, and it is based on Cohesity, who spoke at the beginning of this event. We are leveraging Cohesity's what they would call their on-prem solution. We're deploying it on our prem and delivering it as a multi-tenant service. We're leveraging Cohesity Data Protect, and we're incredibly happy with our vendor selection. And just to give you some insight on why we're partnering with Cohesity, I know I said I'm going to discuss ransomware remediation and not identification, but Cohesity inherently has AI-powered, proactive anti-ransomware functionality that's happening in the background, looking for strange activity to catch it in the act. So that's happening. There's nothing we have to do there. But Cohesity is giving us a few things that we previously were not able to deliver in a multi-tenant fashion to get the economies of scale to deliver a cost-effective yet secure solution for our entire portfolio. Also, they are giving us the immutability with data locks, which really is what the market is looking for today, right? That seems to hit the mark. There's various appetites, and I'm putting this nicely by calling it resiliency. I like to call it paranoia, and we're happy to deliver on some of the more conscientious customers out there. And I actually have a case study at the end here for what would be the utmost resiliency we can provide, that we did a custom job for one of our customers who's definitely more security conscious. So we'll get to that. But what seems to hit the mark for our incredibly diverse customer base and what they're largely asking for now are immutable backups, because it's something that they neither had as a service nor on-prem. So today we have Rackspace Data Protection powered by Cohesity, so fully managed by Rackspace. We purchase the hardware and software from Cohesity for our new software-defined data center SDDC private cloud offering. So we have SDDC Flex Business and Enterprise. Flex is a multi-tenant next generation VMware cloud, and SDDC Business Enterprise are single tenant. SDDC Enterprise has a much more intensive stack for larger deployments. And all three of these solutions by default are protected by Rackspace Data Protection, and they receive by default 2-week. They receive backup policies with 2-week retention with forever incremental daily backups. And it's the customer's prerogative. They are able to go into our self-service portal, which is also new functionality for us that we did not have previously when it came to backup, where they can go in and then add immutability and also increase or remove their backup policies. Another fundamental change to how we are delivering backups that is more in line with the market is that with this technology, we're able to move from a fixed cost pricing model to a complete utility model that's charged in arrears. Our pricing model is very simple and intuitive. It's 8 cents per gig for application side data and retention. So that's before dedupe and compression. And then we offer a considerable discount for data reduction for dedupe and compression to incentivize customers not to encrypt their data to allow us to get those dedupe and compression benefits, because the Cohesity technology is encrypting it at rest anyway. But one of the primary reasons why we selected Cohesity is that, as I mentioned at the top, right, you need to reconcile isolation with cloud-like recovery. Everyone has expected everything to commence immediately. And given our significant investment in the VMware platforms here as our flagship private cloud products, Cohesity allows you to restore VMware environments within minutes. And that's something that's the immutability combined with the ability for it to restore enough just to boot and then run from the backup infrastructure. Additionally, we are going to be rolling this out for our other platforms. So that includes our bare metal compute offering, which we're working on today, so non-virtualized. Subsequently, we are going to create an on-prem solution where we deploy Cohesity gear on the customer's prem and then back up their proprietary applications, which we still see considerable demand for that. I know that in the service provider space, we're always talking about sexy cloud services, but still, if you speak to the market research community, the analysts say that between 60 and 70% of IT spend is still on-prem. There are large enterprises out there that still are maintaining their own data centers, and they're just looking for a service provider to come in, deploy gear there that can back up locally, and then also have resiliency backhauled back to the service provider facility. After that, we're going to provide targets for hyperscale public cloud workloads. It will be backed up to Rackspace. Now, one thing that I never forget to mention, and this is part of what we call our Rackspace Data Freedom platform, is that we have our own private global backbone that connects directly into the hyperscale cloud on-ramps. And the cloud providers, they don't charge you for data going in, but they charge you for it going out. And these egress fees can be debilitating. You know, I've seen CIOs fired because the CFO received unexpectedly huge egress bills on their desk. So if you are looking to get an air-gapped isolated backup of the hyperscale public cloud into a non-hyperscale facility like Rackspace's, you're going to be hit with enormous egress fees. You know, at midnight or whatever time in the middle of the night that you're backing up the incremental day's work, you're going to be charged a starting rate of, at Amazon, 9 cents a gig, Google, 12 cents a gig. But hyperscale cloud providers, they afford their customers an 80 to 90% discount if the outbound traffic is routing through a private network. So we have our private pipes connecting the backup targets in our data center, which are just 1 to 2 milliseconds away from the hyperscale on-ramps, and they're getting an 80 to 90% discount on that egress. So we're really excited to be able to provide that. Now that's on the backup front. And it seems like the magic recipe as of now is having the redundancy and the ability to recover both at the backup level and then also the storage level. So, at the backup level, we're delivering application consistent restores. On the storage front, we have crash consistent snapshots. And this was a feature that was not turned on across our storage portfolio for every offering, and now it is. And to go over this at a high level here, we have single tenant and multi-tenant storage offerings for block, file, and object. And our model here, our customers, I mentioned the variability of the hyperscale public cloud. They are looking to experience consistency in their pricing. So we charged a fixed monthly rate that doesn't change, with no egress charges, no variability, to be able to get an allotted amount of storage that doesn't change. So our customers are looking to see both of these. So here is our footprint. I mentioned we have our own large-scale multi-megawatt data centers that either are strategically sharing a parking lot with the facility that has all the cloud on-ramps, including our backbone on-ramps that are tethered to our DCs, or they're a 20-minute drive away. Regardless, there's only about 1 to 2 milliseconds of latency between us and the hyperscale public clouds. We've been around for 25 years, and you can't just amass this, what I call the oceanfront real estate of the digital infrastructure world, overnight. So it's great to be able to have these at our disposal. I see some questions here. So does Rackspace offer a data isolation or recovery solution to minimize the impacts of cyber attacks? So, as I was discussing before, disaggregating the backups from the hyperscale public cloud is providing a true sense of air gapping and immutability. We worked with Cohesity in the case study I'm about to show you guys, where we actually have an automated air gap where we have firewall rules that turn the ports on and off and actually create a tertiary copy. We also see customers who are leveraging our storage offering to run their own backup software on, and they have their own disaggregated backup targets that are separated from the hyperscale public cloud. And customers, some of our more conscientious customers, to put it nicely, they see the hyperscale public cloud availability zones as having a giant delicious target for the malicious actors out there, especially the state actors. And even without any of these bad actors, the hyperscale public clouds have high profile outages sometimes. And so, yes, my business unit that I'm part of is called private cloud, but I like to just position it as whether it's in the hyperscaler or outside of the hyperscaler, and our customers are looking for safe havens that are completely isolated from the hyperscale public cloud, yet have those direct pipes that offer them the security for their lateral traffic because it doesn't touch the public internet, but also unlocks those discounts on that outbound egress. Okay, so I'm going to go to the next slide here, and I'll get back to some questions if we have time. So here we have the case study I mentioned, and this was a custom scenario that after we get through our roadmap and offering targets for hyperscale public cloud workloads, we're going to streamline what we've delivered here, but it's really a fascinating use case. This is for an incredibly security conscious enterprise in the insurance space. And what they are doing is they are backing up not only their SCDC Flex environment onto Cohesity targets that is part of the Rackspace data protection offering. They also have their AWS and Azure environments back up into the Rackspace DC. So you have the backup, but then there is a tertiary copy, Cyber Vault, that is air-gapped with automated firewall policies. So when periodically the second copy is carried over to the third, once that's done, the firewalls shuts down the ports. So it truly is immutable. And I mentioned earlier that in order to achieve cloud-like agility and recovery, we need to reconcile isolation with recovery, expediting recovery timelines. If you talk to some backup engineers, they'll say true immutability is putting tape in an underground mountain in Pennsylvania, but then that will take weeks to recover. So we need to redefine what is sufficient immutability, and today it seems to do exactly this, right? Have a virtual air gapping to be able to create a truly immutable third copy. I won't go as far as say a golden copy because I said there's a lot of orthodoxy here when it comes to backup engineers, but I think this is as close as we can get in a modern world. And not necessarily this customer, but other customers, they're definitely concerned about the malicious actors and ransomware out there. They're even more concerned sometimes on what the authorities' response will be and what jurisdiction they're in, and depending on the country. It's mandatory to report to the national authorities that there was an attack, and they are more concerned about the authorities seizing their backup, precluding them from restoring, than the ability to restore and recover from an attack if they didn't have that public sector intervention. So what they're hoping is that having a tertiary copy that is completely air-gapped, sufficiently air-gapped, that it would preclude the authorities from being able to seize that infrastructure and would allow them to be able to seamlessly recover. So if I still have time, I can, still have time? Okay, great. I can answer some of the questions here.
Yeah, super. Yeah, Michael, great presentation, and we did just want to have the poll up here so that everybody, if you want any additional information about the Rackspace solution, you can get those items, and you can click on as many as you want. But yeah, I see you've been grabbing some of the audience questions as they've come in. And I just wanted to ask you just a couple of questions, based on your position, as far as like, do customers know what they're looking for when it comes to ransomware remediation?
I think just there's a very frantic climate. And, what's a good thing for a service provider is that wallets are opening, right? Customers are willing to pay for third copies of things they had second copies. They come to us with buzzwords like immutability and air gapping, but they don't know exactly what they're looking for. Some of them are more cognizant of the options out there. Like this use case I showed you, they very much came to us with a design that they were looking for. And, with Cohesity, we were able to put this together, and we're grateful for that. They largely are looking to us to tell them what we can deliver. And I can say, in our sweet spot, we have customers of all sizes, but we tend to serve the mid-market, and it seems like just having a worm backup today is sufficient, right? That they can tell their CISO that where whomever's in charge of backups that these are now immutable, and we can show that they're immutable.
Okay, all right, super. Yeah, you mentioned that mid-market. There's a question here from Mike. How's this product positioned in the SMB market? Do you guys have a play there, or is your sweet spot really mid-market?
And how this is positioned in the mid-market. So, that historically is our sweet spot, and I'll just make a little plug for what we are delivering with the new SDDC offering. So Those are not my products. I have bare metal servers and storage and backup and network. But we've recently launched SDDC Flex, which is multi-tenant and delivers elasticity, so it's a much lower initial buy-in. And then we've created this SDDC business offering, which is single-tenant virtualized servers with all the latest and greatest features. And from my perspective, I believe that's going to be those two are going to be the key offerings. SDDC Enterprise is the full vCloud foundation. It's the Cadillac Escalade of clouds, and definitely more enterprise based with all the bells and whistles, enterprise focused, and that's where we've done well. But I really think that working with VMware and our partnership with Dell, we have crafted these solutions that I think are excellently positioned for mid-market, and also it precludes them from needing to refactor to the public cloud. Most digital transformation projects crash and burn, and what we've set up is a place for them to take legacy applications, which is still most of the market, to be able to receive the benefits of Rackspace data protection, the benefits of the secure snapshots on storage without having to refactor to the cloud. But then we are delivering direct low latency connections to the public cloud so they can take advantage of the true benefits that the public cloud has to offer, which are the native tool sets. Right? There's no reason to pay a premium for the elasticity of the public cloud when you can streamline and lower your costs for just generic compute. But the proprietary tool sets like Google's AI/ML engines, those are things that are worth taking advantage of, and being able to disaggregate storage and compute from the public cloud, but then still take advantage of the best it has to offer without runaway costs, transit costs, which can be debilitating. That's the key.
Okay. Yeah, and you're answering a question that I had too. Michael, you showed that cohesivity solution where you're backing up public cloud workloads onto Rackspace's private cloud. So that use case is super clear. But I was wondering if you could talk a little bit about what customers use Rackspace for instead of the public cloud. And I think you've just explained that pretty well.
Mm-hmm.
Are there any other use cases that you see customers commonly come to you guys for as opposed to
AWS? We're come to us for AWS. Was it your question?
No, I said instead of like going to AWS.
Sure. Well, I have to say, it's most of the market still has most of their spend on-prem. So, they're looking to us to navigate this whole digital transformation journey thing and to be able to take advantage of the cloud and not be burned like the pioneers have. But we can start with customers. We can, be a launch pad for all this stuff by just offering colo, right? They can take their assets with book value and put them in our data center and get all the benefits of everything that's just a cross-connect away. They can lift and shift their non-virtualized environments to our bare metal servers. They can move, leverage us for just storage and have the storage connected directly to the hyperscale public clouds, which is my Data Freedom offering. And then, what we're really targeting is, companies have been spending the last 10 years primarily virtualizing their on-prem environment, and it's ripe for a lift and shift without having to refactor right into any of our VMware-based lineup, which is the SDDC platform.
Gotcha.
And we also, we offer, I just want to mention, we offer different consumption models for advisory services. Like we have traditional ProServe, but then we also have something called Elastic Engineering, which is a nimble kind of staff augmentation service where customers can pay for a team of engineers to be an extension of their own internal team, and we offer that for security and VMware and Office 365 and all different services.
Okay. All right. Gotcha. Yeah. And I was just going to say that Data Freedom platform with the discount on egress, that's a really compelling story. there's a question here from Chad, who's wondering what sets Rackspace apart from other managed cloud service providers, and how does your company deliver value-add services to help businesses optimize their cloud environments?
Sure. So, that's not the business I'm part of, right? We've split into two operating business units. So, I'm just part of the private cloud team, and I can tell you, I could try my best here on the public cloud side, but largely it's, the value add. Elastic engineering is a significant part of our value proposition that, what we have that differentiates us is our talent, and we're able to, cost optimize, work with customers to be able to help them take most advantage of the hyperscale public cloud. Unfortunately, I'm not as familiar as about the public cloud side as I am with the private cloud side, which I live and breathe. But from my perspective, we really do have the physical infrastructure. We have that digital real estate to help customers, best take advantage of it.
Okay. Well, Michael Levy, I think we're probably going to have to leave it there, but just, if somebody wants to get started with the solutions that you're most familiar with, what do you recommend that what they do?
So I definitely recommend going to our website, checking out the Data Freedom Platform, Rackspace SDDC, Software Defined Data Center, and there are multiple mechanisms for reaching out to us.
Okay, excellent. Well, thank you so much for being here and taking part in the summit and bringing us up to speed on what you guys are doing.
Thank you so much. I really appreciate it.
Okay, and thanks to everybody who has filled out the poll. We'll go ahead and close that down. And we're going to do our next prize drawing. So the winner of the $300 gift card for Amazon is Nihal Chidi from Massachusetts. So congratulations to Nihal Chidi. We'll be in touch about claiming your prize. And now it's time for our final presentation in the virtual summit on protecting your data. And this session comes from Palo Alto Networks. And presenting for Palo Alto, we have Chris Brewer, who's a consulting director in Unit 42. Chris, welcome.
Hey, thanks. I did not know it was last, but happy to chat with everybody today.
Last but far from least. Yeah, take it away, Chris.
All righty, awesome. Yeah, we have some fun stuff to talk about. So I'm going to roll to the next slide on this and then get our little intro up there. Let me introduce myself first. Like I was mentioned, my name is Chris Brewer. I'm the consulting director here at Unit 42, part of Palo Alto Networks. And if you're not familiar with Unit 42, we are the professional services arm of Palo Alto. So we do everything from digital forensics, incident response investigations, proactive advisement, pen testing, virtual CISO, pretty much anything that you can possibly imagine our team does. And that's kind of what we do here. On my side, I'm mostly on the reactive, so a lot of the incident response, dealing with ransomware, dealing with state-sponsored threats, attacks, all of the new 0 days. I'm sure if you're in the industry or watching the news, even I think Fox and ABC and CNN have articles out there about Move It, for that latest 0 day and how impactful that's been kind of across the country and likely across the world. So that stuff is happening all the time, which is a great, fantastic segue to talking a little bit about the threat landscape, and then we'll kind of diverge into some ransomware-specific things and talk about attack targets and ransomware payments and that overall process as well. But the current threat landscape, like I kind of mentioned there, it is constantly changing. Stuff happens pretty much every day. There's a new vulnerability, some company gets hacked, whoever it happens to be. Up on the screen, these are just a couple of examples that I've pulled from the last 6-7 months here. The one I want to talk about actually isn't mentioned directly on here, but I do want to mention this threat group because from an incident responder perspective, from my side, they have been the most fun, which is kind of weird, but the most fun group for us to chase and for us to engage because they're really exciting. Their tactics, their techniques, and their procedures, those TTPs, are a lot different than what you see with your typical groups. And the group is called Scattered Spider, or you might hear them called Muddled Libra. We actually have a blog article out there on Unit 42 blog that kind of dives into these guys. But they were really interesting to work with, and I really hope none of you ever have to face this group because they are tenacious. They are very, very persistent in what they do, and their tooling is vastly different than everybody else. This group has targeted a lot of the biggest companies out there. If I told you the names, you'd be like, oh, I know them. I know that company. I work with them, or whatever it is. But they go out there, and their tactics are a little bit different. They're not dropping the typical ransomware files. They're not dropping the command and control pieces like Cobalt Strike or Brute Retell or Metasploit or any of those. They're getting in there, and they're using like your legitimate remote management utilities like Splashtop, Terra, TeamViewer, LogMeIn. And the other way that these guys are different is the way they're compromising victims. They are kind of famous for going through and doing the smishing messages. And if you're not familiar with smishing, it's where you get like a text message on your phone saying, hey, your company credentials expired, click here to log in. And that was kind of their initial infection vector on a lot of cases that we worked. But it's a lot of fun to chase this crew from an investigator perspective. Not very much fun for a victim, but from us, we live and breathe this stuff. We like doing it. They are out there constantly attacking. And like I mentioned, Move It, that 0 day out there. Barracuda has some new 0 days, or I guess about a month old now. It's not quite a 0 day anymore. But this landscape, this threat landscape is constantly changing, constantly evolving, and it's sometimes really tough to be on top of all of the patches, all of the news out there. So folks that are running their shops, you got your sysadmins, your patch management teams, it can be sometimes a very big uphill battle for that. We'll kind of talk about some of the ways that the bad guys are getting in, but this overall landscape, it doesn't matter how big you are. If you're a hospital, if you're a nonprofit, if you're a big major company like some of these that are out there, Google Fi, Activision, Rackspace, Yum Brands, MailChimp, Norton LifeLock, doesn't matter if you're small or big, bad guys are going after you, bad guys are targeting you. So hopefully it doesn't scare you too much, but you are on a target list somewhere for some threat actor. But as we go through, I know we're kind of want to talk about ransomware specific. So one of the things I wanted to touch on here is just some of the actual payment trends, some means for extortion that the bad guys are leveraging inside the environment. And that's something that we always get asked about is like, hey, what am I going to deal with if I do get hit with ransomware? And we'll kind of dive into that, talking about the payments and how that happens, what that looks like. And I'll share a couple of stories here as we go. So a lot of stuff that we see now is actually good news as far as how much money the threat actors are actually making. So the median ransom demand that we see across all of the cases that we work here at Unit 42, we usually work about 1,200 to 1,500 cases a year, and a large majority of those are related to ransomware events. So we have a lot of seat time, a lot of case experience with this. The median ransom demand that we're seeing is about $650,000, which is a lot of money. That is down significantly from what we've seen in the past. So the prices are getting a little bit lower, and we're averaging with our negotiation team about a 40% reduction in that actual ransom amount. So getting it down to around $350,000. That's not terribly large, but if you can see on the left-hand side of the screen, we did make a payment of $7 million, which is a huge amount of money. And we did see a demand there of $50 million. And it's really interesting with just the history of ransomware. And if you haven't looked into that before, ransomware is not a new thing. It actually has been around for a very, very long time. If you go research Dr. Pop and the WHO conference, there's some really interesting articles way back when floppy disks and DOS operating systems were the main thing, of like when this kind of first started. He was the first creator, basically, of demanding ransom for a payment. The last 4 or 5 years, ransomware has really kind of kicked off mainstream, especially with the rise of cryptocurrency, Bitcoin, Monero, just that whole ecosystem, and the ability to take payment and have it be a little bit anonymized. That really kind of helped drive this too. But one of the things that we see now that's fairly interesting with this too is we saw that reduction in demand. We saw the reduction in the pricing basically for those. And we're also seeing a large uptick in fairly unskilled bad guys, fairly unskilled threat actors going out there and doing ransomware attacks. There's a lot of theories to why this is happening. Some of it may have to do with Russia and Ukraine and how a lot of ransomware operators are kind of over in that part of the world. and maybe they are busy doing other things besides being behind the keyboard there and causing ransom. But there is an uptick in unskilled actors. And one of the things that they're doing, it's called Ransomware as a Service, or a RAS platform. And this is really interesting from a bad guy underground economy perspective. What this basically is, these ransomware creators will give these folks basically a playbook, like here's how to compromise a victim. Here's this nice back-end administrative control panel. You click on the button, generate the files that you want to generate for your encryption. Here's how you exfiltrate data. So it's a step-by-step guide for pretty much anybody that can pick up the keyboard and open up the command prompt and read can follow. And that's where we're seeing a lot of this uptick in these unskilled actors, which has kind of changed some of the landscape and some of the negotiation tactics with dealing with these guys as well, and how we're kind of taking on some of these new engagements and dealing with these. Most of the time when you're dealing with ransomware attackers, you're dealing with some of the name brand groups, Royal Ransomware, Conti, Black Cat, Alfie, Black Bosta, Black Knight. Those guys were kind of like the name brand big groups. And they would average that $600,000 to $1 million or so, whatever, for that ransom demand. You can kind of tell if you're dealing with an unskilled actor because you'll get a demand for like $12,000 because they don't know what they're doing. They ask for a very low amount of money. And that's kind of dangerous from a victim perspective because usually when you're dealing with those unskilled actors, the reliability of that decryption utility isn't that great. So just keep that in mind if you ever do get hit with ransomware. As far as recovering your data and getting your data back, usually if you're getting a higher demand, you're dealing with a more reputable group as far as you can trust a criminal or a bad guy behind the keyboard. But some of the other things related to that, not just on the payment trends and the data, is this idea of extortion. So not only when the bad guys get in there, they encrypt your data, they're stealing your data, they're posting it on their dark website for sale if you don't pay. They're also sometimes doing denial of service attacks on your company, on your domain. The other thing that we're seeing is harassment. And harassment can be as simple as calling your employees, which is fairly common, emailing your employees. We see that quite a bit. And one of the more creative methods of harassment that we just encountered recently, there's a threat group named DM. And what they did is they actually sent flowers to the CEO's wife as a means of harassing and trying to entice payments. And I don't know about you, but for me, if my spouse, if she got flowers from a threat actor, from a bad guy, I'd be fairly intimidated from that. It's like, how do you know where I live? How do you know my spouse's name? That's kind of a scary thing. And we've seen that as a method there. And just recently, we've also seen threat actors with a victim company where they stole all of the employees' banking information. And what they did with this was they said that they were making donations. So they were deducting money from the employees' bank accounts, $5,000 to $100,000, and donating on behalf of the victim organization to these charities. So when folks look at their bank account, they'll see a $5,000 deduction from Palo Alto or whoever it happens to be. And they're like, what's going on with this? So that's a really mean way, basically, of enticing a payment because you think about it, if you have 500, 1,000, 10,000 employees, telling all of them to change their banking account information is a big headache and probably a big problem from the company's perspective. So that was a new technique that we've seen as far as extortion means and extortion ways to get that money out there. I have not seen this personally, but I was actually on a webinar with SAMS recently. This was mentioned on there, and there's been some talk about the threat actors now calling or doing the swatting style attacks. I'm not familiar with that. Somebody calls into 911, says, hey, there's a hostage situation or something at this particular residence, and the SWAT team responds, which is really scary as well, because now you've got law enforcement guys thinking there's a terrible situation going on at your house or your business. They're coming out there thinking there's a bad guy. That's going to be another intimidation factor that we see as well. So it's really kind of crazy, and how creative also these guys are getting with what they're doing with that. There's a question here just in chat about saying a lot of folks say not to pay the ransom, which is a great segue. I'm just going to click on the next slide to walk through this payment piece as well. That's really a business decision, and up to hopefully you have breach counsel, external counsel on there kind of coaching you through that. There's definitely situations where the only way to recover an environment or recover that super secret KFC recipe or whatever it is to pay the ransom because backups were destroyed or whatever. It's really kind of up to the business needs and the desire to facilitate the payment. Something to keep in mind when you're deciding to pay or not pay is look at how long it would actually take you to rebuild systems. Look at the cost breakdown from people hours from doing that. If it's going to cost you $50,000 to recover and you're going to be down for 3 days, is that less than $600,000 for a ransom? And kind of think through it like that, and kind of think through the consequences of that side and how that might work. When we deal with victims of ransomware, it is definitely a very emotional experience. Somebody broke into your house, stole all your stuff, and is now asking money or demanding money to get it back. So it feels like a personal attack. So it's important to think through ahead of time, plan through how you're going to respond to these events, have that incident response plan, have that ransomware readiness plan in place so you know what to do if that happens. Pretty much everybody's going to get through a ransomware event. It really just depends on how much stress it is and how many sleepless nights we're just running on coffee and Red Bull to get through what it's going to take. So make sure you get a plan in place. Make sure you test that plan with tabletops and things. But with negotiations for the threat actor, for the bad guy, there's usually no downside in reaching out and just saying, hello, tell us what you've got, tell us that initial demand. There's a couple of reasons to do this as well. Sometimes if you have an IR firm in there helping you with the recovery, with the investigation piece, you're stalling, you're buying time so that an IR team can go in there and identify what PII, what PHI, what sensitive data was accessed or acquired by the bad guy. So you're buying time for a legal response to come up with that idea. Then also you're kind of stalling before that data is posted out there on the leak site. So that establishing that first communication out there, get an idea of what was taken. Sometimes the bad guys are now providing us with a listing of exfiltrated data. They'll actually give us a directory listing of all the files they took, which is very helpful from a legal perspective and also from an incident response perspective, because now we know, hey, these are the files the bad guys claim they took. Can we confirm that on the endpoint? Where does this data live? That type of thing. So if we do go through and decide that we want to make a payment, there's steps 3, 4, and 5 here. I'm just going to kind of breeze through really quick. One of the things that you always want to do before paying a threat actor is to have them prove they can actually decrypt your data. If you want to send them 2 or 3 small sample files that don't contain any sensitive information and say, hey, prove to us that you can actually decrypt the data. And they'll go through and decrypt the files, send them back. You can look at it and make sure that it is good to go from that piece. The other stage there is that actual negotiation. Like we mentioned earlier, we get about a 40% reduction on that. So if you do get a huge number in there, automatically think you get around a 40-50% reduction on there, so it's not quite as shocking. Although if somebody asks for $1 million or more, it still has that initial shock value for those. And then towards the end here, if you make the payment, we can help facilitate that, or we have some partners that facilitate that. There's lots of other firms that do this too for the actual payment facilitation piece. Or also the other nice thing about this, you can kind of string the bad guys along here and then just totally ghost them at the end and don't pay, just walk away. We've done that quite a few times during the negotiation process. We strung them along for a couple of weeks and this never replied again. And it's kind of a nice feeling when you walk away from the bad guy and walk away not saying anything to him. But talking a little bit here about attack targets and some of the ways that they're getting into the organization and some of the people that they're targeting. The United States, for whatever reason, we are very high on their bad guys target list. A lot of the engagements we work are here in the U.S. We work with global companies as well. It seems by far and away most of them are here in the United States. When we look at the leak site data, about 42% of the observed leaks out there from all the ransomware operator sites are locally based here. There's some other breakdowns here on the screen. It really doesn't matter what type of organization you are. You are a listing, you're a target out there. But there are some kind of trends that you can pick out. Manufacturing was a huge target. We had 447 identified on the leak sites out there. Large organizations, remote workforce, not only is it a challenge for IT administration security, but it's easier access for the bad guys because you've got these separate entities, sometimes with different security policies, tooling on those, all the things that kind of align with that. The other thing that we've seen the last couple of years with these big mega zero days like MoveIt, that Clop is behind that, and like SolarWinds, and like all the stuff with the exchange, Hafnium, all of that stuff that was going on, is the bad guys saw those 0 days and leveraged those for dropping ransomware. So that was a huge, easy access for those pieces, and that's what they're kind of targeting. A lot of times they're looking for that low-hanging fruit, jumping in there and getting into the environment and just going to town with the data destruction, data stealing. One of the things I do want to touch on before, I think we're close to time here, so I want to make sure we've got enough time for any Q&A here at the end as well, is just some of the key insights and the ideas that we've observed from a deeper perspective, from incident response perspective, about ways that, hey, here's how you can better protect your organization, and also here's what we've seen from the attack vectors. I mentioned some of the software vulnerabilities. From our cases, that was about 37% of those, so a huge portion of that. The other huge portion, phishing. This has not changed in 15, 20 years for pretty much ever since email was invented, however long you've been using it. But phishing is a huge, huge entry point into networks. It seems like common sense, like everybody says, yeah, disable macros, do phishing training. Bad guys are creative, though. They're not necessarily sending those malicious Word documents anymore. They do that occasionally. We had that 0-day with Word about a year and a half ago, I think now, with Selena, where it was kind of a macroless exploit. You had to open and review the document and kicked off. But a lot of them now, even the phishing document, we're actually working a case this week. It was a phishing document. It was for, it looked like a DocuSign image saying, click here to sign your document. And users click it, takes them to a fake DocuSign landing page, enter in their credentials, bad guy captures those credentials, has an easier vector into the client's environment. So phishing is a huge one. Brute force, insecure remote access, social engineering, those are kind of all the ones out there as well. But the big takeaways here, enable MFA on pretty much everything that you possibly can. Strongly encourage you to use app-based MFA, not text-based. Text-based is able to be intercepted, and there's some ways around that. App-based is a little bit more secure, but like I alluded to earlier, bad guys are creative, and they do the octa-bombing, where they sort of the duo bombing. They keep sending you pushes, and you're fine, I give up. You click the button on your phone because you're annoyed. It's 2 o'clock in the morning. Bad guy gets access. So MFA is better than no MFA. MFA that's app-based is the best MFA that we have right now at the moment. Usually there's some other factor that can be enabled on there. We have to match the numbers that are on the screen with what shows up on your phone, just to kind of to add an extra check in there. But 50% of the cases that we work, organizations didn't have MFA enabled. Then 44% of those cases, they didn't have an EDR or an XDR solution. So if you're in that boat, take a look at all the offerings out there. Palo has one, Carbon Black, CrowdStrike. There's lots of competitors in that space. Do your diligence, do your due diligence, evaluate them, do a bake-off, see which one fits best. But definitely strongly encourage you to have an EDR, XDR solution inside the environment. And then kind of going down to the basic things right here, right? Patch management, make sure you're patching things in a timely manner, getting stuff taken care of, especially those big zero days that come out where there's critical patches. And then brute force mitigation. Make sure you have alerts for brute force, and make sure you've got an account lockout threshold period in there. And then if you have a SIM or if you have an EDR and you're a small staff, I totally get that. It's very hard to watch every alert that comes across. So think of ways that you can help with that. Maybe it's hiring in an MSP, a managed SOC, whatever it happens to be. But sometimes folks get all these tools, they spend all this money, and they don't staff it to look at the alerts that come in there. So make sure that you've got that taken care of as well. And then password security. Don't use summer 2023 as your password, or whatever it happens to be, company name 123, or whatever it is for those things. So password security and then just configurations for the systems. But those are some of the 7 key insights there for things that we want to make sure that you are taking care of, that you're addressing, and just kind of walking through in there. And then there's a couple other questions here in chat that's going to look at really quick. There's a question about how can you actually be secure after a ransomware attack? That's a great question. The bad news is once your name is out there as a victim of ransomware, you are a bigger target than you previously were. We have worked cases where it was month after month after month where a victim got hit. 3 months in a row. First 2 months they tried to remediate, and how it's third month they called us and we helped walk them through that. But that's part of doing your after-action review, your lessons learned from that attack. You've identified all the indicators of compromise, those IOCs. You've put the protective blocks at your firewalls. Hopefully you've deployed XDR, some strong endpoint solution on there. And then also you really have to step up your own internal vigilance as well, especially the 30, 60, 90-day period after that attack, because your name is out there on those leak sites. And all sorts of other folks are now interested in you that you didn't even know existed before. So you're probably being scanned, people are running vulnerability scanners, they're probing your endpoints, whatever it happens to be. So those are some of the key things. And again, just making sure you do that lessons learned, you have that plan in place for doing the after action review. And then not only are you patching systems or whatever the vulnerability is, but you've got that executive stakeholder buy-in that says, hey, we had this terrible event happen. We don't want it to happen again. What can we do to shore up our systems, to secure the environment better? And the good news is after a breach, everybody takes security seriously. So if you've had that wish list of items for a budget or a wish list of like, I really wish we had this tool, or I really wish we had this person, or whatever it is, that might be a good time to take advantage of the situation maybe a little bit and push your boss for saying, hey, we really need this because we don't want to have to pay a $2 million ransom again. This tool is only $50,000. Let's take care of this now. So those are some of the things there too, just kind of help make sure that you're a little bit more secure at the end. There's a question in here a little bit about AI and machine learning and those types of things. I think with the advent of OpenAI, Bard, Bing, and this, all the other LLM models that are out there, especially the ones that are just kind of, you can run on your own machine, your own hardware, the threat actors, especially the state-sponsored folks, are definitely leveraging these. They are definitely figuring out how to make more creative phishing emails, more creative AV, EDR bypasses with those tooling. And honestly, I think over the next couple of years, it's really going to be interesting to see how much AI, how much machine learning changes the industry and changes the landscape. I can't talk about a little bit about what Palo's doing in that space because it's not public or anything like that. But I know all of the big security vendors out there are actively pursuing this and actively looking at how we can leverage those tools, how we can leverage those ideas, and better protecting the environment and better protecting what's happening with those. I know CrowdStrike has their latest AI model. Microsoft Defender has their latest one as well. I forget the name of theirs. But that stuff is rapidly changing and adapting, and it's going to be a really interesting shift in how we leverage that for an investigation, and how folks leverage from the user perspective too, to ask questions and preemptively take action and try and remediate as well. Is there
Chris,
any other questions? Or yeah.
Yeah, no, Chris, if it's okay, can I pop into the poll just so people can let you know about any resources that they want?
Yeah, no, absolutely. Also, just if you folks want to
talk
this,
about this, yeah, go ahead and talk about this one first, and then.
Okay, cool. Yeah, if folks want to screenshot this, that's cool. We got some QR codes up there that are not malicious. They're totally benign, safe to scan those. They're not going to get taken to a rickroll or anything like that. We've got some ransomware extortion reports or threat bulletins. Our blog out there for Unit 42 is constantly updated with the latest threats, the latest things that we're seeing from a defense perspective. So definitely encourage you to check those out. And hopefully you don't ever have to call us for an attack. We're here if you do. And also, if you want to talk about retainers or whatever it happens to be, feel free to reach out for those numbers as well. We can kind of get some stuff set up with you for those pieces. But yeah, let's jump into the poll slide. Do you want me to move over to the polling slide? Is that the easiest route?
Yeah, sure. Let's hop over to the poll slide.
Cool.
Yeah, so Chris, I mean, there were so many pearls of wisdom here with the feel that they were, hard-earned via all-night sessions of your own with Red Bull and coffee. So really appreciate all this context from Unit 42. You guys have such a catbird seat on what's happening with all the engagements at work. And I just wanted to ask a couple of questions. That 7 key insights slide was so fascinating. I was surprised the password security was so low at 7%, but I guess it's just interrelated with MFA and phishing. I mean, it's all sort of related to end user training and user adoption.
Yeah, I think organizations as a whole over the last couple of years have done a lot better job about requiring large, complex passwords, rotating those on a periodic basis. That's not quite as much of a thing. We definitely still see those being leveraged in accounts because bad guys dropping Mimikatz or lasagna or whatever happens to be capture credentials, but it's not usually the initial necessary, the infection vector usually starts from something else.
Gotcha. Yeah, and piggybacking on one of the audience questions there, you mentioned about some of the AI stuff you guys are working on. You can't talk about yet, but I'm just wondering if you've seen improvement in the quality of phishing attacks with the explosion of ChatGPT style language.
Yeah, they definitely look like they are definitely improving. Like the old standby for phishing was like, look for misspellings, look for good day, or what, something totally random. And now they are looking a lot more like they're like a human written type thing. And I think that's probably the power of AI, because AI has made fantastic improvements over the last couple of months.
Yeah. Okay. Well, we can probably leave it there. Chris, thank you so much for coming on. I'll leave it to one of our attendees here, Deb, who says the session's been really interesting. Thanks, Chris. I'll second that, and Phyllis, good information regarding Unit 42. Really appreciate this session and the update on what you guys are seeing out there.
Yeah, no, absolutely. My pleasure.
All right. Okay, and now it's time for the final prize drawing of the day. So I'll just leave this poll up here for a second while we do the $300 Amazon gift card. This last one goes to Kyle LaPolice from Massachusetts. And then I'm going to go and close down the poll on a 3 count. So if you want to get any resources from Palo Alto and from Unit 42, we'll give you a 3 count. 3, 2, 1. All right, last one's coming in. Okay, we'll close that down. And we're up to our final set of grand prizes for the day. So we've got 3 Google Pixel tablets here as sort of a reward for sticking around to the end. And our 3 winners for these amazing tablets are Brian Wong from California, Jacob Kennedy from Utah, and Julie Sella from Pennsylvania. So congratulations to Kyle LaPolice on that gift card, and then on the tablets, Brian Wong, Jacob Kennedy, and Julie Sella. So we'll be in touch about claiming your prizes. All right, and if you were watching the event today and thinking that this type of event would be the ideal platform to tell people about your platform or your solution, well, we'd love to hear from you to help determine which of our hundreds of events each year would be a good fit for you. So you can contact us at connect@actualtechmedia.com. This was a summit. We do megacasts, we do ecocasts, we do expert series, we do individual company webinars, and so you can find out more about that at connect@actualtechmedia.com. So with that, on behalf of the Actual Tech Media team, I want to thank all of our presenters today. I mean, it was really an amazing lineup. We had Cohesity, Axis Security, Rubrik, Rapid7, ID Agent, Cisco, Nova 4, 1111, Rackspace, VMware, and Palo Alto. What a lineup. It was just a murderer's row. It's been a fantastic event. Glad all of you guys were here, to ask your questions. And to see these presentations. And we just really want to thank you for attending this virtual summit. And I will do a quick plug for something we've got coming up on Friday. If you enjoyed this last session, from Unit 42, where we got all these sort of, tales from somebody who's in it, we've got another whole session on that kind of a thing on Friday. It's Disaster Recovery Consultants Tales from the Trenches. We've got 2 consultants, Dave Kawula and John O'Neill Sr., and they're going to be talking about what they're seeing in terms of, engagements that they've been on and, common mistakes that people are making, things that people are doing right. Come and check that out, and, it's going to be a great session. That's this Friday at noon. Well, that's going to conclude our event today. I hope you had a great time. I know I did. I learned a lot. I hope you guys all learned a lot too. Have a great rest of your day, and we hope to see you next time.